Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the 8th SDMX Global Conference, Data Without Barriers. Data exchange has never been more necessary than during the COVID-19 outbreak. The lack of data about the virus, its symptoms, and successful treatments complicated the fight against it. Once the genetic sequencing of the coronavirus was released and shared among international organizations, along with other information on the disease and factor it responds to, huge efforts from the scientific community allowed to develop the vaccines that are available now. A process that normally takes years was squeezed into a very small time span, thanks largely to an adequate data exchange, making clear that data exchange is a powerful tool to solve problems. We rely on data to nurture our knowledge, and combining data sources multiplies their power. Proper data exchange provides competitive advantage for any business, including official statistics. However, mastering data exchange is a challenging task. This is particularly so when you're dealing with a vast array of data sources that you can quickly access but will never have enough time or hands to make them comparable. International efforts in this regard are crucial, as was in the developing of the COVID-19 vaccine. The most recent declaration of G20 digital ministers, entitled Leveraging Digitalization for a Resilient, Strong, Sustainable, and Inclusive Recovery, addresses its priorities under the umbrella of the digital economy with a focus on digital government. The declaration recognizes data as the main byproduct of digitalization, demanding coherent and responsible data governance frameworks that guide the reuse and sharing of data while ensuring confidence and security, taking into account differences in national legal systems. G20 digital ministers have recognized the opportunities and challenges of data free flow with trust and cross-border data flows and the need to address issues related to privacy, data protection, intellectual property rights, and security, including the identification of commonalities across different approaches, since such commonalities may facilitate interoperability. SDMX implementations on labor and education statistics, national accounts, balance of payments and FDI, international merchandise trade, consumer price indices, environmental economic accounting, and more recently on sustainable development give testimony to the international scope of the standard and the willingness to build a global ecosystem. I think these are great examples of the relevance of this SDMX Global Conference's theme, Data Without Barriers. These cases provide evidence of an obvious but often neglected fact. Data are not generated in a vacuum. As the long process of globalization continues, it has only become more complex with the digitalization of the economy as the availability and variety of data increases. Given this reality, I would argue that the main challenge is to customize data governance frameworks that optimize interoperability and privacy, and that simultaneously strengthen trust through relevant data quality principles. The main goal of these data governance frameworks should be to build ecosystems as wide and diverse as needed, given the problem at hand. The COVID-19 pandemic enhances the importance of these so-called data governance frameworks or structures and design patterns. They serve as customizable templates that bring agile governance solutions to data sharing, taking into consideration the number and diversity of parties, degrees of data availability, and degree of freedom to use the data. And the COVID-19 pandemic brings us to this very first virtual SDMX Global Conference, which INEGI is honored to host. We at INEGI would like this conference to emphasize the SDMX potential as a mechanism through which official statistics may lead an expansion of the global data ecosystem, an ecosystem of data, of digital government and digital economy, a democratic and flexible data ecosystem. Even though INEGI has been an active SDMX contributor since the very beginning, particularly on the technical side of the standard, until very recently we hadn't envisioned to take full advantage of its benefits. In 2019-2020, we formalized the structured team to oversee data governance, not just for the Institute, but for the whole statistical and geographical system in our country. The team has now the responsibility of implementing INEGI's version of the GSBPM, metadata management, quality assurance, information security, and statistical confidentiality. More recently, we have added initiatives regarding data architecture and interoperability. To make sense of all these efforts, we are establishing a statistical and geographical information strategy that oversees the whole data life cycle, from production to integration to dissemination. To be successful, these three stages must rest on governance and architectural foundations, that is, metadata, security, confidentiality, quality, and interoperability, as well as technological infrastructure. Standardization of the production stage is based on GSBPM and GSIM through policies, guidelines, and systematization of information production processes and modeling of data flows across these processes. We have also implemented a system that links each information program to its budget, so we are now able to estimate its cost. The integration and dissemination stages are based on the premises of the digital economy. Our national statistical and geographical information system must expand its membership and integrate not only official sources, but also alternative ones. For this matter, our strategy proposes a high-level architecture that combines an improved data warehouse with a data lake to systematically leverage the integration of a wider variety of data to better serve our user needs. We see SDMX as a core instrument in building firm steps towards our strategy, specifically through modeling and integrating indicators at the national level, including indicators from alternative sources. SDMX could be at the basis of a wider and more solid national data ecosystem that complements our system, executive, and technical groups. Beyond those initial actions, SDMX has the potential to improve data modeling, database design, metadata management, transformation schemas, and data quality checks. As we all know, the next session of this conference will launch SDMX 3.0, the new version of the SDMX standard. Since its first version, SDMX sponsors statistical and technical working groups, and the wider community of developers and users of the standard have built this 3.0 version to grapple with current and future demands such as microdata exchange, improved reference metadata, standardized geospatial and data exchange, and specific improvements in artifacts and exchange services. Why launch a new SDMX version? As it happens with any standard or human effort for that matter, there are always gaps to be filled, dynamics to understand, simplifications to implement, domains to include. I am certain that the version 3.0 will keep SDMX up to date. I don't want to end without acknowledging the organizing committee and the sponsor organizations for setting up such a high-level and diverse body of presenters, and I wish participants' expectations to be met during these 4 days of hard work. I am sure that this conference will be successful not only because of the quality of the sessions, but also due to the opportunity of breaking the limits of space and time. We lose the benefits of meeting face-to-face of human contact, but we win the possibility of expanding our SDMX international community. Thank you very much and welcome.
We thank the President of INEGI, Julio Santaella, for this warm welcome. Now, we give the floor to Mrs. Cristina Pereira Daza, Deputy Director of Standards Dissemination Cooperation in the European Statistical System, Eurostat, and Chair of the SDMX Sponsors Committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those words, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are connecting and joining us from. Indeed, I'm Cristina Pereira, and I'm stepping in for Eduardo Barredo Caplot, the chair of the SDMX Sponsors Committee, who unfortunately cannot be with us today. So he sends his best regards to everyone, but this being said, his absence also gives me the opportunity to be here today with you and participate in this very interesting program. Now, I have a few slides which I will try to share with you. So if you give me just 1 second. I hope you can see them now. So, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this conference, the 8th SDMX Global Conference in 2021. As many of you know, SDMX is a global standard sponsored by 7 international organizations that you can see now on screen to facilitate the exchange of data and metadata in the international statistical community. The SDMX Global Conference is a biannual event gathering professionals from national statistical organizations, central banks, international agencies, and the private sector from around the world to discuss how the SDMX standard can be used to meet current challenges in the exchange of statistical information, and also how it can evolve to address future challenges. The SDMX initiative was born in the early 2000s, and the first SDMX Global Conference, in fact, took place in 2007. You are now attending the 8th edition of this important event. Since the first edition, many aspects of our work and of our world have changed. First and foremost, the ongoing pandemic has changed the way we meet and discuss topics within our community. This is therefore the first time that the global conference takes place virtually, also as mentioned by Mr. Julio Santaella. The program was therefore adapted to a virtual format with half-day sessions to accommodate participants from across the globe and also with shorter presentations. The new format received an extraordinary response from the official statistics community, with over 1,000 registered participants, which is a record-breaking number for SDMX events. Furthermore, sessions will be recorded and available for future use. This is, of course, very important because we'll allow those of you who cannot stay the whole time or those connecting from distant time zones to watch the event at a convenient time. Secondly, over the past 15 years, the SDMX community has grown to encompass an increasing number of organizations. The community has become more diverse, but so have the challenges encountered by specific organizations. Over the course of the coming 4 days, you will appreciate this wide range of experiences and of challenges, with sessions dedicated to the presentation of national experiences and to the presentation also of new technological approaches. As our community grows, so does the need for additional efforts on capacity building on SDMX. Those of you who have attended our bilingual capacity building sessions last week have experienced firsthand the commitment of the SDMX sponsors to keep on providing high quality SDMX training that caters to a worldwide audience. The future of SDMX capacity building activities will also be the subject of a panel discussion on the last day of the conference. And thirdly, the type of data exchange between national and international organizations has also evolved over the past 15 years. While SDMX has historically focused on the exchange of time series and aggregated data, new types of data are increasingly the subject of the data exchange initiatives, with in particular geospatial data and microdata playing an increasing role in international data exchange. In order to meet these new challenges, the SDMX community has been working on a new version of the SDMX standard, SDMX 3.0, which will be officially launched during this global conference. Over the course of the next few days, you will learn more about this new version of the SDMX standard and the possibilities that it opens. Now, the rollout and implementation of SDMX 3.0 is a key component for projecting SDMX into the future, but it is not the only one by all means. In January of this year, the SDMX sponsors have developed a new roadmap to guide our collective actions until 2025 and to accompany the implementation of SDMX 3.0. The 2025 roadmap is publicly available on sdmx.org and foresees work along 4 pillars, as you can see on the screen: implementation, simplification, modernization, and communication. It doubles down on the sponsor's long-standing commitment to make SDMX easier to use and to expand its usage across statistical domains. The 2025 roadmap also contains several outreach actions to strengthen the ties between the SDMX community and the global official statistics community, and to involve private sector entities, especially software vendors, in supporting the SDMX standard. I encourage all of you to consult the 2025 roadmap to gain a better understanding of where the SDMX standard will be in 4 or 5 years. I also encourage you to reflect on the existing and new opportunities offered by SDMX and how the standard can help make your data more impactful for policymaking. Eurostat and the other sponsor agencies stand ready to assist you in these efforts to implement or to further develop SDMX in your organization. Let me finish by thanking all the speakers for their contribution to this event. I hope that the presentations and follow-up discussions after this meeting will encourage more and more organizations to exchange views and to share best practices in using SDMX for statistical data and metadata. I would like to express my high appreciation to the organizing committee for the excellent organization of this event during these challenging times, and in particular to the host INECI and the colleagues from the IMF who have coordinated the organization of the event. On behalf of all the SDMX sponsor organizations, thank you everyone for being here with us today. I wish you all a very successful meeting and I'm looking forward to the discussions. And now it is my pleasure to invite André Loranger, Assistant Chief Statistician for Statistics Canada, to deliver his keynote speech for the 8th edition of the SDMX Global Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for the warm introduction. And also thank you for our hosts who are organizing this conference. Before I start, I'd like to take a few minutes to share my screen, and hopefully that'll be seamless. Let me try to do that now. I hope you can see my screen. Okay. And can everybody hear me? I presume so. Okay, so I'm going to start today. Talk to you about the StatsCan experience with SDMX. I'm honored to be speaking with you today from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe First Nation, and to show respect to all First Nations who have walked these lands. In my role as Assistant Chief Statistician, I'm in charge of strategic data management, methods, and analysis. And a lot of my focus is dedicated to how the organization manages its information and data assets. I want to talk to you today about the role of SDMX and how SDMX has played a role in the delivery of our agency's mandate, and how SDMX has been an important element in our recent journey to modernize our operations and shaping the future of the future vision of our organization. We have found SDMX to be foundational in many of our current vision, but also our future-looking vision. Before I get into that, let me first peel back the onion or the curtain on the agency. Statistics Canada's mandate is to provide data-driven insights, including to all orders of government, civil society groups, private sector, directly to Canadians. As the National Statistics Office, Statistics Canada plays a leadership role in setting the data standards, the data management, and also the data governance. Our role is evolving, however. Not only are we providing timely, detailed insights that are essential to public service, especially during the pandemic, increasingly we are playing an important data stewardship role, applying our data management expertise to help address issues facing Canadians. For the past several years, Statistics Canada has been modernizing to stay relevant and adapt to the rapidly changing data needs of Canadians. A number of factors drove our decisions to transform. Rapid technological advances, the data revolution, the proliferation of data and data providers, and increasing demand for real-time and detailed data. Our modernization is organized around 5 broad areas of focus. I'll focus on 3 of these today as they are relevant to the SDMX discussion we are having today. First, we are shifting our focus to become more user-centric. Our mission is to provide comprehensive insights to Canadians on a timely basis in accessible formats. We strive to give them the data and insights they need when they need them in user-friendly ways. Second, we are implementing leading-edge methods for integrating data from multiple sources. To that end, we are investing considerably in data science. Data science allowed us to leverage advanced methods such as AI, machine learning, web scraping, natural language processing for analysis. We are also transforming how we are managing our information holdings. Our information management vision will strengthen the organization by improving the security posture of our data holdings, by facilitating access to data, increasing transparency, and most of all, by helping Canadians with the ability to derive greater insights from our data. In terms of modern methods and tools, we view SDMX as one of these modern tools that facilitates the propagation of standards and data exchange. Third, we feel that we have a responsibility as the country's National Statistics Office to play a leadership role in a competitive data market. Sharing and collaboration are key. The pandemic has accelerated the need for data, and we are partnering with many public and private sector organizations to deliver data insights. These partnerships are predicated by data sharing, which is facilitated by tools such as SDMX. As the country's National Statistics Office, we feel we have a responsibility to raise data literacy and statistical capacity of Canadians. As such, our focus is about scaling up the statistical capacity and infrastructure. We need to provide the right tools for our workforce and our users. Again, SDMX is an important element of the statistical infrastructure that will allow us to deliver our vision. Finally, the 5th pillar of our modernization is creating a modern workplace and an agile, inclusive, and equipped workforce. Statistics Canada's modernization journey is ongoing. As we transform our business, data sharing and collaboration are extremely important, and we need mechanisms for data sharing. SDMX is a key tool in our arsenal for data sharing. Here are some of the reasons we chose SDMX and how it's helped our agency. We like that SDMX is a platform-independent solution with standards upon which we can build value-added solutions. SDMX offers strengths like a strong information model that enables machine-to-machine communication, a common language for data exchange through the application programming interfaces, which enables integration across business processes, and strong international community and sponsors that support SDMX evolution. SDMX has been playing a critical role in a shift to a more user-centric service delivery. National statistics offices are seeing a broadening of their personas. In each of these, users have specific needs, which can now be met by SDMX service offers. For example, we can leverage interoperability of SDMX to quickly offer visualizations of data to users. XDMX offers many ways to access data, including through Power BI, R, Python, just to name a few. SDMX's standards-based interoperability has opened the door to more and more user-centric products that we can offer Canadians. SDMX also has been invaluable to our agency's reporting needs, and I'll give you a few examples. In Canada, the Fiscal Arrangements Act defines how the federal government makes payments to Canadian provinces to equalize the fiscal capacity of the provinces. And StatsCan's data is a major input to the equalization formula. For the last 3 years, we've been using SDMX to collect, standardize, harmonize provincial data in support of these equalization payments and the equalization formula. It's really improved our process. With respect to our international submissions to the OECD and so on, our reporting infrastructure is at the core of how this process operates. Our solution has been to allow our internal users to map and generate the SDMX files required by our international organizations. Given the number of data releases, our SDMX-enabled reporting infrastructure is handily helping us with different aspects of our submissions, such as mapping rules, transcoding values, viewing the generated data, and allowing our users to officially sign off the files. SDMX is now part of our agency's data infrastructure. The SDMX standards developed to facilitate the exchange of data and metadata chiefly in the international statistical community. That said, the capabilities to have rich metadata aligned to our international classification standards via the adoption of established global code lists ensures that the data can be readily integrated, which is a challenge many countries face. SDMX standards are also key to data exchange and integration within an organization and its partners. Within our agency, we adopted the standard in our core statistical infrastructure to facilitate the international exchange of information. We see SDMX playing a large role in our overall data management posture as the data stewardship platform. With the standards and the rich tools available, we have seen the ease of adoption in terms of our cloud-ready, reusable SDMX applications, which has supercharged our modernization efforts. In terms of data management, the adoption of SDMX and the forthcoming SDMX 3.0 will provide us with rich capabilities, such as the integration of geospatial data, microdata, and big data, just to name a few. In terms of data processing, validation transformation language could be a game changer for Statistics Canada. In support of the validation processes and the rules with respect to our providers, both internal and external, and in order to specify quality requirements. Having this kind of standard language is essential to statistical processes. In the context of our Canadian partners, we are seeing more connectors built upon the core infrastructure to facilitate seamless exchange of data among various parties. We are using the power of SDMX to provide the exchange mechanism for some of our most important projects, and I'll tell you about those in a minute. As part of our modernization agenda, there has been a push to cement our strategies around standards, data management, data science, and geospatial data. At the core of a lot of these strategies is SDMX. First, we need to manage our own data and metadata better in order to achieve our goals. Our Enterprise Information and Data Management project, and I'm going to refer to this project in the next few minutes, but so we call it EIDM. So when I say EIDM, it refers to this project, is central to our IM vision to help us manage our internal data better by improving our data architecture and data sharing capabilities, and also interoperability. The EIDM project is leading the charge with respect to SDMX, embedding it as part of our overall modernization journey, building capacity, and advancing adoption within the agency. Our data science strategy is fundamentally changing the role of the National Statistics Office as one of the premier providers of information for evidence-based decision making. The objective of our data science strategy are to change the culture and embrace new advantages that open ecosystems of data science provides. In order to deal with large and unstructured data sets that are emerging and to become more agile and efficient, we must develop a new infrastructure, new methods, and new skills in the coming years. The capabilities that are in place as part of SDMX standard are direct enablers to this strategy. A common information model associated with APIs allows the integration into data science notebooks and platforms. We are also revising our vision for geospatial data. At its core is the delivery of geo-enabled statistical insights to Canadians and policymakers, and the release of SDMX 3.0 and its support for geospatial data will be another clear enabler in this vision. As we move into the future, Statistics Canada has been expanding our partnerships beyond the traditional roles of the NSO. And now more than ever, we are facilitating national coordination of data and information. SDMX plays a key role in that function. Coordinating requires strong data and metadata management posture, and to facilitate the sharing of data quality in ways that are easily understandable, accessible, so that insights can be gleaned from them. Standards play a pivotal role in ensuring data can be quickly integrated and understood. And I'll give you a few examples at the project level. Since 2019, we've been collaborating with federal, provincial, and territorial partners to establish the Virtual Canadian Centre for Energy Information. The website, launched last October, is intended to serve as a convenient one-stop shop for independent and trusted energy data in Canada, and to better inform Canadians as they make decisions on their business, communities, and the environment. And it integrates data on energy production, energy consumption, international trade, and much more. The project is working on Canadian energy standards that will be aligned with international classification. These standards will be embedded into the SDMX platform to ensure the harmonization of national data and coherence across organizational boundaries. Another example, internal to StatsCan, is our global environment for the economic statistics ecosystem, or GEES for short. This initiative is a project to redesign the systems that we use to compile many of our economic statistics and our national accounts. For instance, the program requires integrating more than 500 sources on a monthly basis. The current environment is approaching a critical mass of systems that do not speak to one another easily or efficiently. The processes, while functional, are not built upon any common coding, information model standard. The SDMX system is a clear enabler for the GEES project, and it provides its foundation in terms of a common model to facilitate exchange of standards-enabled data. As we move forward, many of our future initiatives will also be powered by SDMX. Moving forward, Statistics Canada will continue to facilitate open data through our Open Science Action Plan, which is built upon four principles: fair and open data, open publications, open communications, and open code. Our plan leverages many of these initiatives, and we have already taken to promote working in open and making our data and research open to others. The overall vision of SDMX is having common open standards, which is in line with the drive for open and fair data. Underlying metadata are a part of the SDMX standard and can facilitate implementation of fair data principles. We are seeing that in our own open science plan, as well as with our international collaborations to advance open science and to improve the availability and usability of data across all areas of research. SDMX simplifies data stewardship and augments data management. It allows for the compliance with FAIR principles, as well as the Open Data Charter, Digital National Principles, and the Canadian Public Services Data Strategy. It is a foundational tool for our organization in terms of strategic alignment. The open nature of the tool means that others in the open science community can adopt fair data infrastructures rapidly to meet their commitments. Now, in conclusion, I've outlined how Statistics Canada has hitched our wagon to the SDMX system, so to speak. Our modernization journey has principally been about increasing Statistics Canada's relevance. But to do that, we realized that we needed to move the yardsticks with respect to data management and exchange strategies. At a strategic level, we're keenly interested in where SDMX is going. Our vision for data management is very much aligned with the SDMX Roadmap 2025. We are especially excited for the launch of SDMX 3.0 and its expanded capabilities. So while we have determined that SDMX is part of our agency's larger vision, we now want to discuss with you how to push these ideas forward. Advancing SDMX requires capacity building and multidisciplinary teams from various areas: subject matter, standards, information technology, architecture expertise. This is truly a team sport. Statistics Canada is pushing forward on our own capacity building journey, but more needs to be done to achieve these synergies and efficiencies more broadly. We are working internally, as well as with the Canada School of Public Service, to create a training curriculum targeted towards various groups in Canada. As much as possible, we are leveraging the great work done by the international community. This conference has participants from more than 100 countries. We believe that an SDMX Academy that needs to be part of the SDMX roadmap. This is an idea we fully support as it is critically needed. We also believe that there needs to be more emphasis on adoption. We've taken SDMX as far as it can go internally, but there's still a lot of gaps to be filled. The international community has been advancing open source tools, and our organization has benefited. We need their adoption as part of the overall strategy. Coordinating the direction of open source tools is something that I hope can be discussed at this conference. We all face many of the same challenges, and when the international community works together, we all benefit. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I look forward to hearing your ideas and moving forward together, and congratulations on the launch of SDMX 3.0. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre, for sharing the modernization agenda that Stats Canada are following and the role that SDMX have in it. We encourage all to promote the adoption of SDMX in their own geographies. Now is the turn of Mr. Bruno Tissot, who closed the session. Bruno is the head of statistics and research support at the Bank of International Settlements. Over to you, Bruno.
Hello, do you hear me?
Clear.
Hello? Yeah? Okay,
Very clear.
so I will, thank you. I will share my screen. So, many thanks for inviting me. And also for, I'm very happy from the BIS perspective, because as I will try.
Bruno, could you please put the presentation mode?
You don't see my presentation?
Just put the presentation mode.
It is. You don't see it?
The bottom?
Yes. On my screen, I have my presentation. You don't see it?
Full screen. We need
Full
to put
screen,
it
yes.
in full screen. In the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
At the right, you can put it.
But I have put it full screen on my laptop. So.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. We can see.
Okay.
Thank you, Bruno.
So, sorry, I know we had some connection problems last Friday. So I would like to have to exchange a few thoughts on the strategic vision of SDMX. I will have this is my overview. So I will start from what we have seen after the pandemic, what we can do building on the new standard, and I will focus also on data governance aspect. So let me start rapidly with some lessons from the crisis, from COVID. It's fair to say that there is a general review of official statistics that has been triggered by the pandemic. Obviously, key lesson is that we need more, not less information. So we need to have more timely data, more high frequency data. We also need to address new data needs like climate. This is obvious. We also need to look at new data types, alternative data, as a complement to our official statistics. The second point is that we realized also during the pandemic that we have to reorganize, to enhance the statistical production chain. First, because we need to have a comprehensive overview of the economy, because sometimes you have some bits that are not working, so you need to have the full picture. Second, we need to have flexible frameworks, because we realize that the users' needs, especially the policymakers' needs, they can evolve over time. So we need to be flexible to address the evolution of the data needs. And as I said, we need to be able to incorporate alternative sources in our main frameworks. So I would argue, and I'm not the only one, but several central banks have been saying this, that it has represented a wake-up call for official statistics. With 3 points, we need to make a better use of existing data that we are not using before, like administrative registers. We need also to revamp our frameworks and to leverage on innovation. And this was eloquently, I think, said in the case of Canada just before my intervention. And also we need to facilitate the user's experience to data, how to access the data they need. So I think that to address these new issues raised by the pandemic, we can build on the SDMX standard. I would like to make this point. So let me recall rapidly, of course, what is SDMX all about? It's a standard to support the production and exchange of statistics for public good. And it has been there for almost 20 years, has been developed by the international organizations that are sponsoring this initiative. What is really important is that it's related to data, but also to metadata, to what is going on with the data. And I would argue that there have been many achievements in the past 2 decades. First, it's an international recognized standard, an ISO standard. Again, the role of metadata has really become very important. People understand that data alone is not sufficient. You need the metadata. And as was just said, the role of free open source tools. In parallel, we have done a lot in terms of statistical support, what we call the data structure definition, or DSDs. There is a high number of DSDs that have been put together by the international community. Third point is that because of SDMX, we have been able to cooperate more, to exchange data, for example, between the IMF, the OECD, the BIS. We use SDMX. And the last thing is that it seems to me that SDMX has helped to enhance data governance, to enhance trust in official statistics. And I would argue that this is very important in a world now where we have a lot of alternative truths or a lot of potentially fake news. So this aspect to me seems very important.
Bruno,
Rapidly,
Raphael
yes.
here, you're not moving your slides forward. Maybe what I suggest is that Stratus takes over your presentation.
If you want, because I am moving. So normally I am on slide 5 now.
Yeah.
So on my computer.
We are still stuck at slide 2, yeah.
Okay. So I'm really sorry for everybody. So if you move to slide 3, you have my points on official statistics after COVID-19. Then slide 4, what I described on what has been done over the past 2 decades with the SDMX standard. And I would like now to go to slide 5 on the new SDMX, the new version 3.0. So very rapidly, because we will have an entire session devoted to this, but I would like to emphasize a few points. One is that it's a very large undertaking. There is a lot of international cooperation by 7 international organizations that are sponsoring this standard. The financing is almost $500,000 US. And in addition, the internal resources that have been put together by all the international organizations is almost equal in terms of amount. So it's really something huge. So it's really important for us, in particular at the BIS, but I presume also for other international organizations. And rapidly, what can do SDMX 3.0? I would highlight the following 5 points. One is that we will be able to collect more granular information on financial markets, which is for central banks very important. Second, we will be better able to tap into big alternative data. Third point, we think that it can help also to enhance the global statistical infrastructure in terms of data sharing, in terms of identifiers, micro-level identifiers, like the LEI. Fourth, we think that it can help to measure non-traditional statistical new topics. As I said, there are new issues that have been coming on with the crisis. And lastly, I think that this can help also to produce official statistics in a more timely manner, in a more automatized way. I would like to say that what is really important now is what we will do in the coming decade in terms of after the crisis. And I think for me, in terms of economic and financial statistics, a key issue, a key initiative is the DGI. So it's slide number 6. SDMX was already important in the data gaps initiative, the DGI, that was endorsed by the G20 after the great financial crisis of 2007-2009. Already, there was a recommendation 19, that was on international data cooperation and communication, and SDMX was part of it. And basically, it helped with SDMX to have timely standardized transmission of data with agreed formats, especially across among international organizations, but also between countries and international organizations. What also is very important is that you have a lot of DSDs that have been established for several statistical domains. So for recommendation 7 on debt security statistics, etc. So SDMX was not just one recommendation. I think it was pervasive. It was supporting other recommendations with the buildup of these DSDs. It seems to me that the Data Gaps Initiative is coming to an end at the end of this year in 2021, and that we can build on what has been already achieved over the past decade, because we had 3 key elements supporting the Data Gaps Initiative. One is the collaboration, the structured collaboration that was achieved, as I said, between international organizations and statistical systems, especially in G20 economies, but also non-G20 economies. And statistical systems, it's mainly the statistical offices, but also the central bank and also the Ministry of Finance. So there was very, very good collaboration between all these people that are key elements of the national statistical systems. Then there was also a good connection to the priorities of policymakers because there was a reporting on a regular basis, and next step will be in November. Again, we will report for the closure of the DGI to the G20. And there was also peer pressure mechanisms among everybody to try to do their best, some kind of, it's not a competition, but I would say peer pressures that everybody wants to try to improve together with others. Let me quote a recent quote by the French governor of the central bank, Villeroy de Galhau, at our recent conference. He felt that DGI was instrumental in strengthening and harmonizing financial statistics. Now we will have, as this was already mentioned by the G20, we will have a third chapter of the DGI. And I think that the SDMX can contribute to two key goals of this new chapter. One is to enhance existing core official statistical information. And the second one is to address the new post-COVID-19 data needs. I would like to, so if to explain this, I would like to focus on three areas that I think are very important, at least from a central bank perspective and for us at the BIS. One is, and I'm on slide 7, microdata. So there is a lot of needs to do better with microdata information. First, we need to reconcile very different types of data collections. We have supervisory data point model, we have the granular statistics in the official statistics, etc. Second point is that we need to have a better micro-macro reconciliation. So how to get from the micro picture to the macro aggregates, the statistical production chain can be enhanced. And the third point is that we are more and more being asked to provide data to support evidence-based policies. And for this, really, you need to access granular information, for example, on distribution, on inequalities. For us at the BIS, a key issue is, for example, how to provide sufficient granular information on the financial system to support the regulatory measures that are, for example, being done by the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision or the Committee on Payments and Market Infrastructures or the Financial Stability Board. So this is a key part of our job, how to support evidence-based policies based on very granular information. So it seems to me that with the new SDMX, we will have a lot of benefits. First one is very important is to contain the reporting burden. Despite, as I said, that we will have more data needs, we need to contain this burden. And it seems to me that this will help. The second point is that we will have a better production chain from the micro to the macro. You can think of it like a statistical Lego. Okay, so you have small bricks and then you can have the macro aggregates more easily. And the last point is to have more interoperability between standards used for microdata. And for example, a key one, at least for supervisors, is XBRL. So it seems to me that we will have more coordination between SDMX and XBRL. And this would be something that would be very, very interesting for central banks, because central banks are more involved in official statistics compilation and also in supervisory statistics, where XBRL is used a lot. So let me move to slide 8. The second focus area for me is big data. As said, we need to access new information sources, and this means new types of data. And for example, we will access with SDMX 3.0 geospatial information. So it's a good investment. But we will also have, and this is very important for central banks, what we call financial big data. So all the granular information that's coming from administrative registers, like loan by loan or security by security, commercial transactions, financial operations like tick by tick financial prices, etc. So really for us, the exploration of these financial big data sets is something that is very important and that will be supported by the new standard. Also, what is important is that we think that SDMX, at least for us at the BIS, is an important backbone, an important element to develop our new big data platforms. Okay, so for example, in our ongoing IT project at the BIS, SDMX is really a key building block to support this project, and we know that in other central banks it's the same story. And in particular, we think that the new standard will facilitate the development of our capabilities in advanced analytics that we are trying to develop at the BIS. So let's move to slide 9, which is third focus area, which is data sharing. So this is really something that, again, has been highlighted by the crisis, was also mentioned by Canada before. But data sharing is very important if we want to access to alternative sources, if we want to reduce the reporting cost, and in addition, if we want to move from the push to the pull mode. So basically that data is automatically transmitted to those that are needing the data. Of course, one key challenge is to deal with confidential data. We need, of course, to protect micro-level data that is collected for statistical purposes and only for statistical purposes. So this is very important. We need also to make use of the global identifiers that are being developed, like the LEI. So we also need to improve the relationship at the micro level between the various entities, and this is what we call the controls chain. So how to identify parent relationships among entities. And this is, for example, very important to understand better globalization. So who is reporting to whom? And lastly, we need to have some kind of tools to preserve confidentiality. This is something that at the BIS, we also collect quite a lot of granular data, and this is something that is very high on our agenda. And we think that with the new standard, the new version, we can make progress. I would like to finish. I have a few more minutes to share some views on data governance and why SDMX is really important for data governance. Let me start with the challenges. The challenge is that we need to tap into big alternative data, but there is no common professional and scientific standards across all data sets, across official sector, private sector, etc. And this is important because if us, international organizations, central banks, etc., public institutions, we use data that are data provided by alternative sources, there is a lot of credibility at stake, a lot of reputation issues. So my feeling is that the more we will have to use these alternative data sets, the more we will have to have a kind of best practice for these private data sets. Let me give some examples. We need to be sure that the data are not biased, that they are produced transparently with adequate metadata. We need also to make sure that the data that we use are produced independently of the business goals of the entities that are giving you the data. We need also to have some kind of benchmarking exercise to ensure that the new data we use are accurate or are appropriate. And perhaps we need some kind of certification in a way that should be developed, but to have at least some reassurance that the data integrity is respected, that the information is used honestly, etc. So basically, my main message is that we need to enhance data governance at the global level, not just for official statistics. This has been already done. A lot of progress has been done over the past decades, but for all types of new data. And for this, metadata is key. So again, SDMX is important because metadata is very important to reassure on the quality of the statistics. We need to ensure transparency and accountability. Again, SDMX can help. And perhaps this call for a role for official statisticians, which is less. Well, we will continue to be producers of official statistics, but in addition to this role, perhaps there is a role of what I would call a curator role. So a role of official statisticians to have a kind of view on the quality of other types of data sets, perhaps guidance, perhaps certification, things like that. Let me move to slide 11 and 12, where I would like to emphasize what are the key principles that are supporting the official statistics. So I refer to the 2013 fundamental principles of official statistics and how SDMX can help. So let me start with this principle. So the main consideration is that official statistics play a critical role in analysis, in support of policy making, that it's very important to ensure public confidence in official statistics, and we really need to have fundamental values to govern this work, this work of official statisticians. So if you look at, I will not list all the principles, but I would like to highlight a few points where SDMX can really help. The first one is that SDMX can help to compile and make available statistics of practical utility. Okay, so this is really a starting point. The second point is that because SDMX is an international standard, it ensures, in fact, that you follow strict professional considerations for the collection, the processing, the storage, and the presentation of statistics. The third point is that SDMX, again, is a standard not just for data, but also for metadata. So it presents information on sources, methods, and procedures, which is a very important principle for official statistics. The fourth point is that SDMX supports the dissemination of reference information. And for me, it's key because it helps building trust in the statistics and also to reduce the risk of misusing the statistics, which is, again, a very important principle. SDMX, especially the new version, will help, and this is the number 5 in my slide, is SDMX will help to deal with all types of data from all sources, so surveys, administrative records, what I call financial big data for central banks. So this is also very important. And I would like to finish with slide 13, where with the remaining principles. One is how to enhance data sharing. We have seen that SDMX can help, and really the challenge is how to preserve data confidentiality in ensuring this data sharing now that we are moving to the micro data with the new SDMX 3.0. The 7th item is that all what SDMX is doing is public, is available on the website, and this is really something that is an important requirement for the operation of statistical systems. The point number 8 is that because we have common with SDMX statistical concepts and also sharing, this can really support the coordination among statistical agencies, which is, again, an important principle for official statistics. The point number 9 is that because we are using international concepts, it seems to me that we can promote the consistency and efficiency of our statistical systems through SDMX. And the last point, but this is almost obvious, is that SDMX shows, it's a proof of, and it's also a trigger, so it can help to enhance international statistical cooperation, which is really something that is very important for international organizations and for the BIS. So I would like to stop here. I hope I help to convince you that SDMX can bring a lot to implement this principle of official statistics, and perhaps to enhance the governance of our data on a global basis, not just for official statistics, but also to make a better use of alternative data. And I've put some references on this work in my slide number 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bruno, for sharing your strategic vision of the version 3.0 of the SDMX standard. Now we have the opportunity to answer some questions. I ask Mr. Marco Marini to guide us in this short Q&A slot. Marco, over to you.
Thank you, Sergio, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we have just a few minutes ahead of time. There is one question for André Loranger from Dr. Amjad. So André, the question for you is how Statistics Canada involve private sector for SDMX, whether they are co-partners for the census or survey, or whether private sector do independent and separate data collection exercises.
So a few points I suppose to make. So one is related to sort of the partners, and I think I talked in my remarks about the Canadian Centre for Energy Information, and sort of as we build out this this virtual Center for Energy Information. We are partnering with various organizations that are not sort of statistical organizations. We're partnering with energy regulators. We're partnering with the various ministries that have a hand in sort of energy or environment. And all these departments and agencies produce data on energy, and they also release analytical studies and so on. So the idea is that through the CCEI, we will sort of be creating, again, a virtual center with all of this information that Canadians can go to. Now, we're building SDMX into sort of the frameworks here so that any organization that provides information to the CCEI we will be using SDMX. So, and it may very well be that there are some private sector organizations there, although we haven't sort of gone through that. So the other point I think it has to do with sort of disseminated data. As we publish our data using SDMX standards, the private sector is a consumer of the data using that standard. So I hope those two answers sort of give you a sense of how we sort of see SDMX. So obviously with partners and standards, which largely now are public sector, but could very well be private sector, but also on the dissemination side. So I hope that provides a good answer to that question.
Thank you, Andre. I think it did. I see no other questions in the Q&A. So if there are no other questions, maybe I'll ask Sergio. Over to you.
Thank you, Marco. With this, we can conclude our opening session and begin the sessions scheduled for the 8th Global Conference. We hope that you have a very productive days. We start with the session number 1 with Mr. Bruno Tissot as a chair. Thank you very much. We are ready, Bruno. We can start. Over to you. You are in mute.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a very interesting session today, which is mainly on the overview of the new SDMX 3.0. And we have very interesting presentations on the overviews and on the new features and on reference metadata, but also on what SDMX 3.0 can bring in terms of microdata. So I would like to first give the floor to Glenn Tice. Glenn was a computer scientist. He spent 10 years at the BBC. And then he joined Metadata Technology in 2016, which is a commercial company that is working a lot on SDMX issues. For example, we work a lot with metadata at the BIS. And Glenn wants to present an overview of the SDMX 3.0 project. So Glenn, the floor is yours. I think you have 10 minutes.
Bruno, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I hope everyone can hear me. If you can't, please send me a signal. Thank you. So I'm just going to try and share my screen. Let me do that and put in the presentation mode. There we go. So yeah, please let me know if you can't see the slides. So Bruno, thank you very much for that that introduction. So I'm going to open this part with a very brief overview of the SDMX3 project and try and introduce to some of the highlights of the new release of the standard before I hand over to the real subject matter experts to explain the detail later on in this session. What is SDMX3? Well, as we've already heard, it's quite a substantial update to the standard. There are, in fact, almost 20 key changes to virtually every part of the standard. Some of these are add new functionality. We've already heard that it adds geospatial data exchange. So that is one area of new functionality that's added into the standard. There's also been extensions to existing functionality as well. The data model has been extended to support microdata. Those who are familiar with the data model from SDMX 2.1 will know it's very well supported aggregated data. SDMX 3, that data model has been extended to support microdata. We'll see a little bit more about that in a minute. There's also been some strengthening and extension to the structure mapping as well. So some areas have also been simplified as well. Some of the feedback on the reference metadata was that it was difficult to use. So reference metadata has been simplified. Again, we'll see a little bit more about that in a minute. So some areas have been removed as well. The opportunity has been taken to do a little bit of pruning. So the old SOAP web services application programming interface, which was in the standard for many years, has been removed. And SDMX3 now standardizes entirely on the REST web services API. The EDI standard, or the EDI data format, data in structure format, that's been removed as well. So SDMX3 has 3 standard data formats, which is the XML, the JSON, and the CSV. And we've also taken the opportunity to simplify some of the XML data messages. Again, anyone who's been working with the XML data messages in SDMX 2.1 will know there was a plethora of various types of data messages. All but one of those has been removed. The only data message that is left is the XML structure specific data message. So some of the more obsolete, or some of the less used elements have been removed in order to try and simplify the standard and make it easier to use. So I just want to take a quick look about who's been involved in the project and the team behind SDMX3. Well, the majority of the hard work has been done by the SDMX Technical Working Group. Now, the Technical Working Group is a group of about 30 people from across a wide range of organisations involved in the area, who's responsible for developing and maintaining the technical aspects of the standard. And they were helped in their work by the statistical working group, again drawn from organisations working in the official statistics space. The statistical working group provides statistical guidance and advice on developing the new version. But overall, I mean, it's been a huge collaborative effort. We've already heard that it's a huge undertaking. In total, more than 50 people were involved in total from across again a wide range of organisations, including the technical working group, statistical working group, and other stakeholders, to bring together huge collaborative efforts in order to bring this latest update to the standard. So the path through SDMX3, I mean, arguably began probably 10 or 11 years ago with the publication of the SDMX2 2.1 version. But the real work probably began in around 2016, 2017 or so, with prioritization and selection of the features to go into SDMX3. And a lot of work was put into deciding precisely what was the best things to go into that. Now, since about April last year, so for the past 18 months, the project to pull all of that thinking together has been underway, and the SDMX technical working group and the statistical working group have been working at time to bring all those ideas together to design solutions to the various problems that were presented, drafting the technical specifications, and then preparing the actual SDMX3 release for the conference today. Now, I mean, many areas have changed within the standard. So, and probably a few more than the information model. So the information model is the collection of artifacts or collection of structures, like data structure definitions and code lists that make up the core of the standard. So there's been a bunch of new artifacts added to support a range of new features and the enhancements to the features. Quite a lot of those relate to mapping. We'll see a little bit more about that in a minute. The new artifacts for reference metadata, new artifacts for hierarchical code lists, and also for constraints as well. There's also been some changes as well. We've heard about microdata as well. So data structure definitions have been enhanced and extended and modified to support the new requirements for metadata. The simplification and changes to reference metadata, they've affected the metadata structure definition, and there's and the associated metadata flow as well. And there's also been some changes to things like code lists as well. Overall, there's also been 3 structures which have been removed. The old structure set, anyone familiar with the mapping functionality in SDMX 2.1 would know that it involved a structure called a structure set. That's been removed, as has the hierarchical code lists to help with hierarchical definition of classifications, and also the content constraint has been removed because it's been replaced by 2 new artifacts, one called a data constraint and another one called a metadata constraint. So the REST Web Services API, that's received a significant overhaul as well. Data queries are a key part of that. Data queries get a more sophisticated syntax, so consumers of data are able to specify a lot more granular, a lot more sophisticated queries in order to retrieve precisely what they want. There's also the addition and the enhancement of metadata queries for retrieving reference metadata as well. Another key change here is the addition to the REST API of functionality to manage metadata. So this is the submission and the deletion and the changing of metadata in a SDMX registry. It holds the metadata, and that's being done by REST HTTP verb, so post and put and delete. And finally, I just want to highlight here as well the structure queries as well. So the query for retrieving structural metadata, that's been changed and simplified as well, and particularly organized under one single structure resource. So the number of resources, so the number of individual URLs under the REST API has been reduced from quite a large number to I think around about 5. So that provides a nice simplification to the REST API specification as well. So we spoke about reference metadata. So reference metadata, that was quite a complicated beast under SDMX 2.1. The key objective of SDMX 3.3 was to try and simplify that. And that's largely been simplified by remodeling the metadata structure definition. So the metadata structure definition under 2.1 consists of quite a number of elements. In version 3, it's a very much simpler and is now effectively just a hierarchy of metadata attributes. The other key change I want to highlight here for reference metadata is reference metadata against data is now reported with the data, so it actually travels with the data. So here we're talking about things like footnotes, perhaps to the data, although there is also the option to query for and to transmit reference metadata for data on its own as well. But I think the key takeaway from that is reference metadata for data is now travels actually and is in this part of the data rather than being separated from that. So structure mapping worked quite nicely for many use cases in SDMX 2.1, but there's been quite a few modifications here. We saw earlier in the information model that the old structure set artifact had been removed, when in fact that's been split into a number of separate artifacts, a number of separate structures, and that makes it easier to create maps, maintain them, and also reuse maps as well, which was difficult with the old SDMX 2.1 structure set model. So the new mapping also supports a number of new use cases. It supports many mappings, which allows a number of values or a number of dimensions in a source data set to be mapped to a number of dimensions in or indeed artifacts in the target data set. There's also support for more sophisticated time mappings, which is very important for mapping microdata sets, and regex-based pattern mapping as well as also been introduced there as well to provide some more flexibility.
Glenn, can you conclude and perhaps leave some room for the Q&A if you want to expand?
I can indeed, yes. So very briefly, data modeling. I think we'll come into this later, but data modeling, as we know, mainly around multiple measures. And the very last slide, the final piece here, is just want to introduce the fact that semantic versioning has been introduced as a replacement for the old two-digit versioning in SDMX 2.1. So that's all I want to do. I'll hand over now to the subject matter experts.
No, thank you, Glenn. So again, we will have a bit of time for the Q&A, so you can expand on this. Very interesting. So now it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague from the BIS, Xavier Sosnowski. So he has been working for more than 15 years on SDMX, first at the ECB, now with us at the BIS, and he will present on the APIs with the new 3.0. Xavier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Bruno, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, can you see my screen as well?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to report about the enhancements done to the SDMX API, and more specifically the RESTful API. because as Glenn mentioned, the SOAP API has now been deprecated. To give a bit of context, the API, the REST API was released in 2011 along with SDMX 2.1. And it is maintained by a subgroup in the technical working group, Task Force 4, made of 7 colleagues from the technical working group. And we've had 8 releases since 2011. And we have always been very careful to make sure that every release was backward compatible in order not to impact implementers. Now, the bad news is that with SDMX 3.0, this release will break backward compatibility, unfortunately. So that's the bad news. On the good news, we did that because we have added a lot of features, which I hope you will find useful. So let's start with the most important part of the API, which is to support data retrieval. We have first extended the context of data retrieval. So before, for those of you who know the API quite well, the only possibility to retrieve data was to know the data flow and then to optionally filter on the data flow using series keys. And we have extended this context by also allowing to retrieve with data flow as before, but also then just knowing the data structure, which would allow you to retrieve data for every data flow that use that particular structure, or using provision agreements that would allow you then to retrieve the data provided by a specific provider for a certain data flow. And we also support searching across structures. So where before you had to really specify one data flow and one data flow only, now if you want, you can also not specify anything, and that will mean that you will search across all contexts. So with this capability now, it becomes possible to, for example, retrieve all the data about a particular country across data flows. Just to give one example of the type of searches that are now possible. Then, as I already mentioned before, you needed to either retrieve all the data for a particular data flow or to know the kind of series keys or partial series keys. So the combination of dimension values that you were interested in, but as a key, so as a string identifier, so to speak. Now we have added support for another way to search, which is across components. So there is a new parameter called simply C for component, to which you can pass the ID of the component you care about. In the example on the screen, that would be ref area and conf status for the confidentiality status. And then you can pass the value you are interested in. So in this case, it would be to retrieve the data maintained by, for a data flow maintained by Eurostat, the ICP data flow, where the reference area would be Switzerland and the confidentiality status would be free. So you can now still search by using series keys, but also, as I was mentioning, going component by component and listing the values that you care about. To this functionality, we have also added support for operators. And you have another example on the screen where we have operators like starting with. So in this case, the example you have on the screen shows you that for the ICP item component, it should start with 0, 1. For the people who know a bit about the inflation data from Eurostat, would mean the food and non-alcoholic beverages. And because the ID is basically 6 digits, in this case, it means that it would start any ID that starts with 0, 1. And we have another operator, this time for the time period, that says that we want to retrieve observations that start in 2015 or later. This is a greater or equal to operator. And we have also added the possibility to search for multiple keys. So retrieve all the data in kind of subcubes, if you want. So you just list the different partial keys for the subcubes and separate them with commas, and then you can retrieve all these, let's say, subcubes. So these are really large improvements to data queries that allow you to perform much more granular queries and support things that you couldn't do before, and where you basically would have had to filter out data after retrieving it, which is, of course, inefficient. Now this allows to build much better processes to retrieve data. We have also improved the metadata queries. I won't go into too many details because Matthew Nelson, who is the brain behind the changes done to the metadata queries, among many other things in SDMX 3.0, will describe these changes in details. But in a nutshell, now with metadata queries, you can retrieve all the reference metadata by ID, so the ID of the, let's say, the report you care about, or all the metadata reports reported for a certain metadata flow, optionally with a provider, or the last one, which I personally find the most interesting one, to find all the metadata reports about a particular structure. And as mentioned by Glenn, in addition to that, there are also extensions to the data queries so that the metadata about data travel with the data themselves. So they will be part of the data response. So these are all the improvements to the metadata queries. As mentioned by Glenn as well, before the API was limited to metadata and data retrieval. With SDMX 3.0, we have also added support for metadata maintenance. So it's just structural metadata, not data yet. Maybe it comes in a future version of the API. For the time being, it's just the structures, but it's basically the operations that you need to maintain the metadata, for example, in an SDMX registry. And as already mentioned by Glenn, to support this, we simply leverage the HTTP verbs, which means we don't need any specific message as we had in the past, like these registry submission messages in SDMX. So this is also a big simplification. And there were many other changes, but here I have selected maybe some of the most interesting ones. Obviously, this is just my opinion. So those interested should have a look at the entire change set. But we have streamlined the definition of structured queries by grouping all of them under one structure query type, which is the first part of the path parameter that you can see that. And then you can use an artifact type if you want to select a subset only. Those of you who have followed the API probably remember that 4 or 5 years ago, we have added support for retrieving the data that are available in a particular data source, the so-called availability queries. And this is, of course, very useful for the data consumers, so that they know basically the data we have in the store, sorry. But in addition to that, we have also the use case, for example, of data providers that would like to report data and know what is allowed and what they are expected to report. And for this, we have enhanced the schema queries. So they are much more powerful now and support this specific use case. So we have, as before, the availability query to support the data consumers and the schema queries to better support the data providers. We have also spent a significant amount of time to try to clarify some of the areas that were probably unclear for several implementers in the specification. These issues were identified by the community and also thanks to the a TCK, so a test suite that was developed by Task Force 6 in the SDMX technical working group led by Nadia from Eurostat. And that allowed to test a specific SDMX implementation. And when doing that, we realized that implementers have interpreted part of the specification differently. So we collected all this and we tried to really remove any ambiguity from the spec. And we also decided to rewrite the documentation by combining the previous specification with all the examples and additional information we had on the wiki. So now for the REST API, there is only one place to go and you have all the documentation that you would need to implement either let's say an implementation of a service or clients to retrieve data or metadata from a service. And as already mentioned by Glenn, we have also taken the decision to deprecate the SOAP API Of course, existing implementations will remain, but that simply means that we have not updated the SOAP specification to include all the additional features offered by SDMX 3.0. So for the people who are interested, what's next? I would say you can see it in action because we have published the specification on Swagger Hub. So just feel free to follow the link in the presentation. And that allows you basically to see the type of queries. It has some documentation. It's also interactive. In case you find something that is missing, or maybe you find a bug, or you think that your favorite feature is still missing, then you can log an issue on GitHub in the technical working group space on GitHub. And we review them all, and we always provide feedback. So it sometimes happens that we don't want to implement a requested feature for various reasons. But then we always also, in this case, we say why, and we explain that on GitHub. So if you log something there, you will get an answer or an update of the API that adds the feature. And that's it on my time, on my side. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Xavier. It was very interesting. So a lot of simplification. Let me now turn, as you said, another brain behind the SDMX, which is Matt Nelson. So Matt has been working since 2007 in metadata, and he has built a lot of SDMX software solutions. He's working a lot with the BIS also. And as you said, Xavier is is a specialist in reference metadata. So Matt, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes to present us on reference metadata exchange.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruno. I will try and be relatively quick. It's quite a big topic, so this is really an overview of what's changed in SDMX 3.0 presentation mode. You should be able to see my presentation there.
Perfect.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you. So yes, I did present a very similar set of slides at the IMF expert group earlier this year. So those of you that saw that presentation, you should note actually there was a subsequent change in design. So it's not exactly the same. You can play a little game of spot the difference to see where you find the change in the model. To those of you for whom this is new information, first of all, I'm going to start by clarifying first what we mean when we talk about reference metadata. So the way that I think about this is reference metadata is largely textual information, typically to support the data and typically to help humans understand the data better, as opposed to structural metadata, which I'd say largely helps machines process the data in an organized way. So reference metadata is really focused at people getting behind the data. It's textual, it contains a structure. You can see here on the left, we have a kind of structured report with which is made up of headings and content. So you can actually think about it like you might author a Word document where you have headings 1, 2, and 3, and under each heading you can have contents at various levels. One critical part of the design of reference metadata is it attaches to something. So when you author your report, you attach it to something in the information model. So that might be, in this particular example, where we're looking at maybe information about the quality of the data or how it's collected and the methodologies used. We might attach that to the data flow, for example. So when someone's looking at a data set, they can find out more information about the data flow. When we're thinking about reference metadata, I like to kind of almost split it into two in my mind, because we have reference metadata that can attach to the structural metadata. So for example, reference metadata, we might link to a data flow. But in SDMX 3, it's kind of easier in some ways to now attach metadata to data, because it's actually kind of more embedded into the data model. If we look at the data model, we have the data structure definition. And this can now reference a metadata structure definition. So it can actually import additional attributes. And why would we do this? Well, there's a few reasons. The first is we might want a reusable container of attributes which are actually used by multiple data structures. So we can create a single metadata structure definition and put these attributes in here. Another is that the metadata attributes are actually more powerful than the data attributes because you can construct a hierarchy of attributes. You can have a parent-child relationship with cardinality, multiplicity at each level, multiple occurrences. And finally, one like important differentiation between the data attribute is the person reporting the metadata attribute can actually choose at report time what they're linking it to. So you don't have to design up front necessarily what the attribute links to. You could say, well, footnotes can link to reference area, or reference area in the context of an indicator, or reference area in the context of a frequency. So the reporter can link it to particular dimensions at report time, so it gives more flexibility. So I'm conscious of time. We'll quickly whiz through the model. So what did the model look like in SDMX 2.1? So if we look at this report on the right-hand side with the methodology and the scope of the data, we design a metadata structure definition by creating an attribute. Attributes really correspond to the headings. So again, if we think about our Word document, each attribute corresponds to a heading. So we can see quite easily here how this corresponds to the data. Now, SDMX 2.1 has this concept of a target, and a target has multiple things it could connect to. I'm not going to go into detail here. And it has a concept of multiple reports and multiple targets, and each report can have multiple targets. And just to make it a little bit more complicated, each report can have multiple attributes, and there's multiplicity at this level here. So you start, it's complicated. It's complicated to implement. How do we simplify this in SDMX 3? Well, let's get rid of that bit there. And actually, now we can understand what this is doing. The metadata structure definition is essentially designed, essentially giving us the constructs to design what's in our report in terms of its structure and its content. That's it. So again, think about your Microsoft Word document with your headings and your content. The MSD tells us what that is. When we're reporting metadata against structures, we have the MSD, which I just showed you. We then, in parallel to those of you that understand the data model, we have this thing called the metadata flow, which is what people will kind of report metadata for. This is where we can define the target structures. So we can say, we're setting up a metadata collection, and for this flow, you can report and attach metadata to any data flow owned by the European Central Bank, for example. And then finally, again, in parallel with the data model, we have the provision agreement, the metadata provision. This is new. And this links a metadata provider, which is also a new artifact in SDMX 3. And we can further refine. So we could say, for this collection, the metadata provider, BOE, is providing metadata for this flow, but actually they can only link to a subset of data flows because they only report data for a subset of data flows. So it's this construct that allow us to provide filters on attachment. Okay. So to summarize for metadata against structural metadata, this is all about structural metadata. It now has an ID, a version, and an owner, very much like a code list has an ID, a version, and an owner. And this allows users, metadata providers, to essentially view their metadata, export it, modify it, save it back in, the same way that you would open a Microsoft Word document, modify the document and resave it back to the system. It operates in the same way. It operates in the same way you would maintain structural metadata, essentially. And just to close on the metadata about data, so this is where the data structure definition basically says, I'm using these attributes from the MSD as well. We might, for example, simplistically want to have footnotes as a single attribute in the most simple use case. How is this reported? Well, essentially, the user reporting the data set will include in that data set footnotes data, or they can report footnotes data separately at a later point in time. when someone queries for the data, they can actually choose to include or exclude the reference metadata. Or they might just query for the data, but say they don't want the data at all, just give me the reference metadata. So the two can work together, but they can also be independent of each other. Okay, that's it for reference metadata. It's a large topic and I did it in 8 minutes. So I don't expect everyone to understand everything, but that's the overview.
No, thanks a lot. This was very interesting. And I think you clearly made the point that this metadata, I'm just looking at one slide, you are mentioning methodology, accuracy, timeliness. So basically, this is all what we call by quality of official statistics. So really, this is a key component in view of the need to enhance the quality of what we are doing. So many thanks again. I would like to turn to the fourth speaker, who is also my colleague at the BIS, Stratos Nikoloutsos. So he joined the BIS just in 21, but he has been working 15 years before on SDMX in the private sector, mostly with international organizations, including the BIS. And at the BIS, he has worked a lot on SDMX 3.0, but also all the related activities that we are using SDMX to build our statistical infrastructure. So he's working on modeling BIS datasets, building the dictionary, etc. So Stratos, the floor is yours on the support to microdata.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Bruno. So hello, everyone. Let me also quickly share my screen. So in this section, we will talk about new features to support microdata. I think a feature long awaited by the SDMX users. So just to give you a bit of a context, this work has been done across many task forces of the DWG, primarily task force 2, of course, dealing with the information model, but it also affected task force 3 on formats, task force 4 on the API. Now, we have collected requirements from different statistical organizations and use cases. And as I said, this work has started maybe even before 2.1 was published. Actually, it was already required. So we have worked on new metadata and data features. We have synchronized with the VTL model, which was the last part of 2.1 introduced a couple of years ago. And this work has also been impacted by the work on reference metadata, since support for microdata means also combining such reference metadata within your data sets. So just to go through the different changes we've implemented in 3.0, now we have native support for multiple measures. So you can explicitly define your measures and the representation within the DST. We have deprecated the measure dimension, which was kind of tricky to use and also to support in a system. But still, if you would like to use it, you can emulate it by using a simple dimension with a specific row. And of course, it's not fully backwards compatible. So in most cases, you can go from 2.1 to 3.0, but not the other way around. Now we also have a few other features beyond the multiple measures that support microdata, which is the arrays for measures and data attributes, which means that when you have, for example, a status flag and you would like to give it more than one value from a code list, then you would use an array instead of a single value. In addition, we have new facets, which means new, somehow not exactly data types, but new aspects of your measures and data attributes. For example, multilingual text, which was not possible in the past. And also the Sentinel values, we will try to briefly look at them if time permits in a while. Also, we have established a relationship between attributes and measures, and we'll see how this affects our data and our metadata messages. And finally, support for reporting relationship between variables. This means that only dimensions were supported. Excuse me for that. Which means that all attributes and measures only relate, in fact, to the dimensions within the DSD. We'll see more details in a while. So it's a bit hard now to go through the model. So this is mainly for reference. And you'll see the different things that I've already reported, how they are reflected in the model. So for example, the relationship of the different descriptors within the DSD. So the measure descriptor, the attribute descriptor, the dimension descriptor, and so on. You'll see the new arrays, how they're implemented for data attributes, but also for measures. You'll see that the new usage value, usage flag, which has been unified across measures and data attributes. And also you'll see that we have taken read actually of the measure dimension, and now we only have two subclasses of our dimension components, meaning the dimension and time dimension. And finally, as already Matt said in his presentation, we also have this relationship between a DSD and an MSD. And this means that you can use an MSD to report reference metadata within your dataset. And this relationship explains how this works. Okay, let's move on. And now when it comes to the attribute relationship, as we already said, you'll see here we have the metadata attribute behaving pretty much like an ordinary data attribute, which means that you can attach it to different levels within your DSD. So this is how the attribute relationship performs that. Also, this new measure relationship, as we said, so when data attributes relate to a specific set of measures. So now, as you understand, we have multiple measures, which means that you may have one data attribute, one flag, for example, only relating to a specific measure. So for example, if a measure has is a number, then you may have a multiplier only for that measure. And this is reflected by this relationship within our model. Then when it comes to the data, the changes that have been performed now support a more compact reporting message. And this is because you can it's more of a practical issue, so you can report multiple measures across one record. And also this supports the new formats that will be presented in a while. So also in the CSV, you can support exactly the same thing. As we said, reference metadata may be reported alongside data, and this was a long also requested requirement. So to be able to accompany easily your reference metadata with your data sets. And as we said, within the data message, attributes and measures now can be represented having multiple values, arrays can be multilingual, and of course, both of these combined in the same data set. When it comes to the multiple measures, this is equivalent to combining series, if you think about it, with the same dimensionality into one. That's why we say you can report multiple measures together. So you don't need to do the pivoting using this special measure dimension as it was called in 2.1. Also, this natively aligns with the VTL dataset, so the VTL model that already supported multiple measures, and you had to go with pivoting and unpivoting when you went from a 2.1 measure dimension DSD. And then the definition is much more flexible in the multiple measures because you can independently specify the representation, also the concept, which was not the case with the measure dimension. And also you can assign different roles and have explicitly assigned attributes, as we said, with the attribute relationship. Then when it comes to the arrays and then the new facets, as we said, the arrays is actually a new data type, if you think about it, about attributes and measures. So you can specify minimum and maximum values if you want to enhance your validation when you consume or when you produce your data. And of course, maximum may be unbounded. So you may have a large number of attribute values or measure values, which might not be the case in most use cases. Then the multilingualism support. So you already knew that codes, for example, are multilingual. So if you report a value that's coded, you already had a multilingual representation, but that was not the case for non-coded attributes and measures. But now this is possible with multilingualism support, and this was actually implemented similarly to how this was supported in reference metadata. And finally, the new facet, which was called Sentinel Values. This was a special use case where you could have a non-coded value for an attribute or a measure, so a non-coded type, but then you could specify some values within this data type. So for example, if you have integers, some special values that play a special role in your data. And so you could add multilingual names to explain what this value means. So for example, -1s means something special for you. So you could explicitly define in your DSD what this means. And this means that the system could provide more metadata around those special values when consuming such data sets. And now, of course, there are new use cases introduced with all these features, like multiple choice responses. And of course, most of the use cases derive from the need for supporting better microdata. So register information, business registers for keeping business information records, language-specific responses with the multilingual support. Well-defined diverse measures means that you can have completely different measures that can be flexibly defined, as we said, separately. And also qualitative information, as long as you have an MSD and you can use this reference metadata alongside your data set. And also supported by other SDMX 3.0 new features, these new use cases. So we have a new powerful RESTful API to support all those changes. So you can query as Xavier already showed, shown with different ways and more flexible ways your components, and components being all your attributes, dimensions, and measures. It's a quite simplified but flexible reverse metadata design. So all the design stays in the MSD, and all you need to do is to lend the structure and all the metadata from the MSD and introduce it in your dataset. Then we also have the code list extension and enhanced constraining mechanism that is also supports the microdata use cases. We also have the updated VTL support because, as we said, now we could get rid of the different pivoting and non-pivoting features because the models are aligned, and also the geospatial support. We'll see more details about this further down in the presentation. And I hope I was quick enough. Thank you for that. You can find more details for our information model in the GitHub project. Thank you.
Many thanks, Stratos. Yes, you were perfectly on time. So I think thanks to the discipline of everybody, we have the possibility to have a few questions. So we have almost 10 minutes for questions. So we have had a few questions listed in the Q&As. Some have been already answered, but perhaps we can go in to all the presenters, and I can also add a few questions. So Glenn, I would like to ask you, so you told us there's a lot of improvements with the new standard. I would like to ask, what's next? What is still missing that you would like to develop in the coming decade that you think is important? Xavier, I would like to know, so you have a lot of simplification with these new APIs, but have you tested a little bit the user's experience? Because you know that one issue is the complexity of all of this, and do you have some proof that user's experience has been simplified? Have you been able to test this? Matt, you have a question on the move from the 2.1 to 3.0, so if you can answer this. And lastly, Stratos, I would like to, if you could expand a little bit on the use cases. There are two that I think are useful for us, at least as a BIS. One is bitemporality, so having two different attributes at the same time for one observation. And the second one is the management of confidentiality at the observation level. So to allow that some series are not completely confidential, but some observations are confidential. So can we start? And again, you pick in the Q&A the questions that you would like to address. Let's start with you, Glenn.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so certainly as far as the project is concerned, and the next there are a couple of pieces of work, and one is to update the ISO standard. We heard, I think earlier that there is a lot of benefit from SDMX being a international standard. Now, obviously, as the SDMX has now been updated to SDMX 3, we now have to go through and update the ISO standard, which means working with the International Standard Organization to do that. So that work will proceed, I think as soon as possible after, obviously, the global conference. Then, in terms of the backlog, so to speak of features, I think there are a number of things, and largely it's the next piece of work for the technical working group to now review what this next piece is to go. Certainly, there were a number of pieces of work or sort of features which were hoped to go into the version 3.3, which didn't quite make it, and perhaps one of those, just to give you an insight, is maintenance of data using the REST API. I think Xavier mentioned that the REST API now supports maintenance of structures, but it doesn't support maintenance of data. So in answer to your question, I think there are a number of things, and it's work for the technical working group now to look at what is on that backlog, to go through and prioritize that for the next update, perhaps for SDMX 3.1.
And of course, for the ISO standard, we will have to have some kind of financing. This is costly.
There's quite a lot of work. ISO has three possible tracks, as they call it, for updating an international standard. The quick one, which we are going to try and adopt, is 18 months. So there's quite a lot of work. It's not a trivial process to update an ISO standard, but some financing is probably required to take that through. So the current version of the standard is ISO 17369:2013, I believe. We can probably expect the next one to be ISO 17369:2023 by the time that's signed off by the International Standards Organization.
Okay, thank you. Xavier, you had a lot of questions, technical questions in the chat. What do you want? You want to? Xavier?
Yes, thanks, Bruno. I think I answered them. If there are still questions, then I'm happy to continue reading in the open ones. Now, for the question you asked, so first, our main target are not so much the end users, but the developers. So these are let's say the main audience of the API, and to help the developers, what we have done really is to try and improve documentation, iron out any of the remaining, let's say, inconsistencies, and also the excellent group done in another working group, the one from Nadia, Task Force 6, around building a TCK, because this is really a test suite, basically allowing implementers to test whether their implementation is compliant. So these are positive things I think we've done, and in January, during the expert group meeting, I think the community confirmed that the API was in good shape. So there was a vote there, and I think the feedback was very positive. So I think this is good. What is less good, I think, is that in order to ease the work of implementers and also of the end users, really, we would need more libraries adopting, let's say, built on top of the API. We already have very good end products, like I'm having in mind, for example, the one from Bank of Italy, the SDMX connectors. So there are already really good tools out there. But we could do more. We could do more, really, in a variety of languages like Python, JavaScript, and others as well, to ease the work of people who want to build SDMX solutions by providing libraries in those languages.
Okay.
Or easing data retrieval. Yeah.
I think this will come back, because you saw in the chat that there are questions posed about the implementation, the cost, etc. Okay, so the focus should be on the libraries. Let me turn to Matt. So Matt, you have a question on the mapping from 2.0 to 3.0. You want to answer this question?
Yeah, thanks. I'll answer it in not well, I'll answer it and we'll see whether it answers the question. So, we've done quite a lot of work this year actually in upgrading the Fusion metadata registry, which actually stores the structural metadata in SDMX 2.1 and previous formats. And we've done a lot of work making this compatible with SDMX 3. And actually what you find, certainly from the structures, is when we look at the information, what SDMX 3 is doing is adding more information. It's not really changing everything to the point where we just can't update easily. So from that respect, SDMX 3 is largely compatible. Things move over. A code list in 2.1 can be described in 3.0 and back again. SDMX 3 is just adding information. So we look at the data structure. The data structure is still there in pre, it's just added a few extra attributes. If you want to do a conversion, you could, when the FMR is released, and we talk about this in the next session, you can use that to convert your metadata, for example. I would say there's some complexities. Certain things change, like the hierarchical code list becomes a hierarchy. That was a bit of a change, not too bad though. There's sort of like changes to the data model. You can't introduce the complexity of the metadata structure definition into the data model with a hierarchy of information and say that's not a slightly more complicated to process data. It is. But by and large, if you're using, just simple attributes in the MSD, like you just want to have footnotes, then the data model can be largely flat. But as soon as you introduce very complicated structures, then that's going to be more complicated.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. Let me turn to the fourth speaker. Stratos, you want to address some of the questions? You have only a few minutes left because then you have to jump to the next session that you will chair.
Yes, I know. I guess I can give you a couple of explanations around the multiple values of the attributes and the relationship between the attributes and measures, which I think is quite an important feature. All in all, I would say that the compatibility from 2.0 from 2.1 to 3.0 in terms of dataset is okay. You can go back and forth, but if you want these new features, of course, you won't be able to go back. And this is because now with the new model, as we said, you have multiple measures, which means that you can transmit, for example, even a survey. So all your answers and your questions and answers could be your measures. And adding also multilinguality, this means that your answers could have multilingual representation. So you could have your answers represented in different languages. But also I think that what is quite important, and I can tell you that this is also one of the oldest discussions we had in the technical working group, is about the arrays. So about having a flag that would take more than one values. And what was done until now in SDMX was to get a code list and try to emulate the possible combination of flags. So for example, the observation status, which is the most common, let's say, problem that most organizations have, when you have a break, or maybe when you want to combine this with something that's confidential, or if it's free and so on, you would either have to break down this into different flags and then combine them, or you would have to create a code list that has all the possible combinations that you could imagine. But now, having only one code list with all the possible statuses, you can simply choose the ones that you want and set them in an attribute. And the interesting thing is that beyond having this in the dataset, our API supports it. So you can actually query for a dataset that has, for example, a break and confidential value in the same flag, even if this was a use case. And I think this gives a great flexibility for getting data, but also for controlling what data you expose as a data provider.
Okay, so we'll improve a lot the confidentiality management. So thank you very much. I think it was a very interesting panel. We are a bit late by 3 minutes, so we have a break of only 2 minutes, and then we resume with you, Stratos, chairing the next session. Thank you very much, and bravo to all.
Okay. Hello, Stratos. The floor is yours. You can start the next
Hey,
session.
thanks a lot.
And good morning and welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all participants. In this second part of our SDMX 3.0 session, we will go through a few more interesting additions to the standard. And we also have a very interesting panel here to give you more details about the advancements that have taken place beyond what we have already shown. And for our first presentation, I would like to introduce Edgardo Kreising, who is the head of Knowledge Management Solutions Unit at the Department of Statistics in the ILO. And of course, he has been working within the TWG for quite a few years, and he has been chairing the SDMX technical working group through these tough years of publishing the SDMX 3.0. So, Edgardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stratos. And I have to say, it was not so tough because things have started long ago and everything came quite well addressed. So let me share my screen. I hope you are seeing my presentation. Is that okay? Are you seeing my presentation, Stratos? Can you put the thumbs up? You are not seeing. Oh, let me review the sharing. Maybe now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the first feature we will be talking now, the feature we're talking now, it's about how SDMX 3.0 improves code list handling. So let's start with enumerating some of the issues that code list had in SDMX 2.1. And as you know, concept can be enumerated by only one code list. This is one definition in the information model. And on the other hand, using global code list is a good practice. It's a practice to foster in the community. But when you use a global code list, it is very usual that you need to add some more codes to this global code list. It's not that you use the global code list as such, but for example, if you have a standard classification and you need to add some national codes, that we would require adding more codes. And in other cases, you would like to use part of the harmonized code list because these global code lists can be huge. And perhaps for the particular implementation, you don't need all the codes that are in this global code list. So far, the only solution was to take the global code list and then create your own version of the global code list, including the items that you need, or adding the items that you need to personalize it. And of course, that this has a huge disadvantage that you lose the maintenance of the global code list. So one possible solution that SDMX 3.0 at the end implements is enable a code list to be extended in order to include codes from other code lists. One of this solution that's set that way, anyway, have some challenges, some problems. For example, how you resolve the duplicates, because when you get new codes, you may be generating duplicates. So for that, we thought of two possibilities. One is define a sequence of, let's say, preeminence of one code over other, and also the possibility of adding a differentiator for the codes that have the same value by means of a prefix. The other problem is that you don't need, perhaps, as I mentioned, all the codes in the code list that is being inherited. So in that case, the idea is to be able to just include parts of the codes by defining which ones I want to include, or the complement, which one I want to exclude from the inheritance. There's another problem, that this list of inclusion or exclusion can be very long. So we thought of adding the possibility of wildcarding the specification of the codes, the same way that we do already for constraints, so that the idea is to use a percentage in as the wildcard for codes. And then there's also the need of being able to exchange either the code list as it is resolved after the extension, or the raw code list with the extension specification. And this has been added as the new features of the API as well. So how does it work? Well, first of all, a code list can extend one or more code lists, and these are referenced to other code lists that acts as parents of this one. Then, when two code lists have items with the same ID, so the same code, the code list that reference later takes priority. And in general, the extended code list can also include codes. So these codes will take the ultimate priority over the extension code list. So that means that my local codes can be put in the code list to be extended and will take the priority over the inherited codes. And also I can establish a sequence either by the natural order or by a specific sequence parameter for the different code lists, especially when we want certain dynamics in this. So I also mentioned that a reference to a code list might contain a prefix, and this will avoid collisions in the IDs of codes coming from different code lists, so that I can keep them in the extension if this is the case. And we can use a number of clauses that are already in constraints, like wildcarding with the percentage sign, cascading, exclude root for the cascaded items, and also there's a rule for simplifying this possible mess of codes, that is, exclusion and inclusion is not supported against a single code list. This is an example that shows you how the code list extensions is going to be specified in XML. So here we have the code list CL base that contains these two codes, and then it has two extensions specified, one from a code list from BIS and another from a code list from UNICEF agency. So, and here we are specifying certain cascade values and specific values to be included from the BIS code list. Among the motivation for this extension of code list, this has been a kind of flagship use case in the technical working group that has been around for years until we found a way of fixing it. That is what we call the discriminated union. This is a use case that is quite common when you have breakdowns that may include variants. So let's take, for example, the standard classification of economic activities, the ISIC. ISIC has several revisions. ISIC revision 4, that is the latest, but you have revision 3.1, ISIC 2, and then there are other sub-regional or national classification of the same concept of economic activity. So you have NACE 2, NACE 1, and you may have your own aggregate sectors, economic sectors classification that could be an aggregation of any of them. So each one of them is a variant of the same concept. And these variants tends to be, depending on the use case, but normally are mutually exclusive, because only one of them is going to be used, and it depends on the context. For example, certain country may be classifying activities using ISIC 4, but another one can be classifying activities using ISIC 3. So the idea is that the context defined by the data flow of the provision agreement should be used to define which code list has to be used for enumerating the concept activity. And up to date, the only solution, as I mentioned in the first slide, was to have a huge code list for activity, including all the possible revisions, and that was not possible to specify the right code for the right context. So this was a huge code list, very hard to maintain, and very big also to transmit. And the idea is that the solution is that we need one data flow eventually referring to different DSDs with different codes, and this is a nightmare to maintain as well. So specifying constraints could be the possibility, but this requires to have one data flow with one specific constraint for each variant to be used, or almost for each country to be transmitting data. So what is let's say the new capabilities that SDMX 3.0 takes to us? Okay, we can solve two issues: the burden of maintaining a huge code list with all the variants, and the selection of different subset of codes depending on the provision agreement. For that, we will have, first of all, independent code lists for each variant, and this solves the issue one, because we no longer have the huge code list. The second part is we will have the dimension activity represented by a kind of dummy CL activity code list with no codes at all. So CL activity will only include extension references to each of the code lists that we have defined for each of the variants. So CLIC4, CLIC3, etc. Then the extension clause will add a prefix attribute for each of the variants, IC4, IC3 aggregates, whenever extending the code list with the respective extension code list. So on the other hand, each provision agreement will have a specific content constraint to keep the items of the variant that we need, and this will solve issue two. How it works, I already mentioned. We have to be careful about the collision of codes, because, for example, in IC4, A represents something different of what A represents in IC 3.1. So that's why we add the prefix IC4, IC3, and we will have in the extended code list different codes for each of these attributes. Following that, there will be a specific content constraint for each provision agreement that will have a constraint to a certain prefix, IC4 underscore %, for example. And then there will be also a new clause for the inclusion, that is the remove prefix. Why the remove prefix? Because at the end, once that the code list is resolved, we will get only the original codes of the selected variant. So by that means, we can have a dynamic selection based on the context of one of the mutually exclusive variants for this particular concept. And that's all for this point. I hope that I made it on time.
Thanks a lot, Edgardo. So yes, I think it's one of the features that we will have to explore a lot in our implementations in the near future. And so I will move on to our next presenter on enhanced artifact in SDMX 3.0, and this is Ioanna Trainotti. So Ioanna has been working at the ECB for 13 years, coordinating the statistical data production environment team, responsible for maintaining the common reception, semantic and syntactic validation and dissemination process for around 200 statistical datasets. And since 2021, we have the honor to have here as the Task Force 2 leader, responsible for coordinating the activity, shaping the information model for SDMX 3.0 specification. So Ioanna, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Stratos, for this introduction. And yeah, indeed, I have taken over from Alvaro just this year. And also this presentation is based on the presentation of Alvaro, the expert group. So I would try now to share my screen and share the presentation. Okay, one moment. I hope that this will work fine. So can you see the screen?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. Probably on its way.
We are having multiple screens.
Yes, I do have multiple screens indeed. Okay, so now can you see the presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so then let me start. So as you have already heard today, the SDMX 3.0 release was approved by the Secretariat last week. The SDMX 3 new features require changes in the information model, and in this presentation I will focus on the hierarchical code lists, constraints and mappings. The SDMX 3 information model aims to simplify the representation of hierarchies of codes and the linkage to other elements of the information model. And then we aim to simplify and enhance the use of constraints. Last but not least, we discussed the simplification and enhancement of the mapping capabilities of SDMX. In terms of the hierarchical code lists, firstly, let us remember the concept of hierarchy in SDMX. SDMX code list supports per se a simple hierarchy of codes, which restricts any child codes to having just one parent code. And however, quite often the code lists used are derived from more complex coding schemes that cannot be represented with just simple code list. And the hierarchical code list.
Just excuse me, can you put this in a presentation?
Presentation. Okay.
Yes.
One moment. Sorry. That's okay. I think that I need to.
We have to switch.
One moment to switch here.
It should be on the display settings.
Yes, let me see now. If I swap,
thank you.
That looks good. Okay, okay, perfect. So now you can see well, right? So hierarchical code lists. Okay, so as I was saying, so this hierarchical code list is a code list that can represent complex hierarchies. It does not create code lists and codes and just references the code in existing code lists. The reference codes are then listed in an object called a hierarchy. A hierarchical code list can have, therefore, multiple hierarchies. So this would be the status in SDMX 2.1. And let's see the issues that we will have with the models, the issues that we need to solve. So the issues are twofold. Firstly, in this model, there is no link between the hierarchical code list, so including its hierarchies, and any other object in the SDMX information model. And then if there is a need to create a link between the hierarchical code list and other artifacts, so for example, a dimension, this can be, it has to be done at the level of each hierarchy within a hierarchical code list. So hierarchical code list becomes here in SDMX 2.1 just a collection of independent hierarchies, which makes the linkages to the other artifacts cumbersome. To overcome these shortcomings, the SDMX 3 information model introduces the following changes. Firstly, we remove the hierarchical code list, and we, as you have already heard before, we make the hierarchy, we introduce the hierarchy as a maintainable artifact. Then we change the information model to include a link, an association, called an association in the information model between a hierarchy and the object to which it is linked, for example, a dimension. And last but not least, we change the information model to include a link, so again, called an association between a hierarchy and the context in which the previous linking that I was mentioning before is performed. So in this case, the data flow, which includes the above dimension. And so on this page, we can see the differences in the hierarchical code list information model in SDMX 2.1 and SDMX 3. On the left-hand side, we can see the SDMX 2.1 approach with the hierarchical code list artifact, which can contain one or more hierarchies, and codes from code list can be attached to 0 or more hierarchical codes, which can be attached to a hierarchy with all the attachments done at the level of each hierarchy. On the right-hand side, we have the SDMX3 data model with the code list codes, which are linked to hierarchical codes, which build the hierarchy. And the hierarchy becomes a maintainable artifact, which can belong to more hierarchy associations, hence can be linked to various artifacts, like, for example, various dimensions, alleviating the limitations that we mentioned before. With this, we conclude the changes on the hierarchies and move forward to the improvements on constraints. Firstly, let us remember the constraints in SDMX 2.1. Constraints can be used to further restrict a code list by defining a subset of permitted or restricted values, or to define full or partial series keys allowed or restricted. That is called a content constraint. Then constraints can also be used for defining slices of the full set of data, and to which metadata can be attached in a data set or metadata set. And that is called an attachment constraint. And then in SDMX21, content constraints are semantically split into two types: the allowed content constraint. This one describes the allowed values that the SD dimensions may take within datasets, and the actual content constraint. This one presents the actual data that an organization has available in an SDMX web service. Well, let us look further and see the issues with the constraints modeling in SDMX21. As you can see, firstly, the constraints model is quite complex, with this attachment constraint and also the semantic split between the allowed content constraint and actual content constraint. So in this model, we also lack the possibility to use some of the implemented features, for example, better defining constraints on metadata. And then we need to align with the advancements also of the SDMX REST API to ease the use of constraints in SDMX3, and the same also alignment, the same alignment is needed also for the changes proposed to the metadata sets in SDMX3. In addition, we must consider missing features like the capability to add the attribute constraining rules to data key sets. And also the model has difficulty in the specification of complex content constraints. So constraining, for example, long list of codes. Given these limitations, the SDMX3 information model has undergone a series of extensive changes to allow a better implementation for constraints. Firstly, the attachment constraints are deprecated. This happens due to the lack of use cases. Then the semantic split of content constraints between allowed and actual has been removed because actual constraints are replaced by the simple use of the data availability queries. Furthermore, we split the content constraint into data constraint and metadata constraint. Since there are two different target groups for constraints, so the data and metadata. And in addition, we simplify the metadata related cube region to reflect also the changes in the metadata structure definitions. Looking further to the changes, we move the validity period from the constraints to the constraining terms. The cube region, the data key set, or the metadata target region. And also we consider the latest stable versions of constraints per constrainable artifact as effective constraints. Then to further address the mentioned limitations, in SDMX that we already discussed before, in SDMX 3.0 attributes are allowed in data key sets within each key set. In order to address content constraint limitations, we also allow using the character percents to wildcard any characters either to the right of a specified prefix or in any other part of the value, and includes the items matching that pattern. Also, we allow including the root codes when using cascading in the through the hierarchy of codes. So and with this, we conclude the changes on the constraint artifacts and move our focus to the structure sets. Okay, first let us remember the structure sets in SDMX1. The structure set allows the components in one structure to be mapped to components in another structure of the same type. The structure set then can contain one or more maps and can define related structures which group then related data structure definitions or metadata structure definitions, data flows, or metadata flows definitions. Much of the current demand for the structure set is to support the mappings between data sets. So this is the most powerful use case here, and also classification systems. However, there are some issues with this model. Firstly, the structure set is overly complex. It is cumbersome to maintain, as it was seen, and it is, in fact, it's just a container, yeah, for multiple map types. And then it is not possible to match source values based on patterns, which is also a valid use case. And then common use cases, other common use cases are not supported due to lack of support for many-to-many rules. Other issues here, the support for mapping from non-SDMX compliant identifiers, which is limited and does not provide reusability, and that duplicates the maintenance, right? Of maintaining the codes in non-SDMX and SDMX as standard. In addition, there is no provision for mappings from datasets which use a different representation for time. And the mapping rules, which span a number of time periods, require the same mapping rule to be duplicated for each period. In conclusion, there are some changes which are planned in SDMX3 to overcome these drawbacks of the structure set. We break down the different mappings within a structure set into independent maintainable structure types. And
Joanna, apologies, we need to conclude. I think we will have the chance to see the more details on the structure set on Matt's presentation in a while. So please try to wrap up.
Okay, I have only one sentence indeed. I would say.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Stratos. Yes, indeed. So so we are breaking down indeed the structure set, and then we allow the regular expressions, as I was mentioning before, in the drawbacks, and we change the cardinality of the mapping data structures to allow many mappings. So then going further, we introduce also mappings from non-SDMX data sources to SDMX data sources. I think this is indeed very good and important to mention. And to speed up the presentation, I would say that indeed, and to conclude as well, the presentation will also be shared. At the end, most important element here is that we improve the usage of the SDMX standard with all these changes. And also we make possible the mapping of non-SDMX artifacts to SDMX artifacts, which is indeed a great improvement in SDMX3. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Anna. Sorry for pushing, but yes, we have limited time.
No
so
problem.
I will go immediately to our next presentation in a topic that is also quite extended, and this is about semantic versioning and dependency management. And Jens Tosse from the OECD will present it. So Jens has been working first for Eurostat, and then in the OECD, and now he is heading the Smart Data Solutions. Apologies, yes. Team, and of course he has spent a lot of time in the SDMX DWG, which he's also co-chairing now. So Jens, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stratos. Hello to everyone. I would like to present the SDMX 3.0 enhancements concerning semantic versioning and dependency management in the first part, and then new message formats in the second part. So to start with semantic versioning and dependency management, in order to explain you the previous situation, you see here a schema with several artifacts being linked through dependencies. And imagine now a user would like to add a new code to a code list, which is being used by a data structure definition. which is being used by data flow, which itself is being used by content constraints. And so what was needed in the past is to add a new code list version that includes that new code. And then for each of the dependent artifacts, also a new version needed to be created. This generated some headaches between the users. And so we took the opportunity in SDMX 3.0 to review and see what can be improved on the process. So in addition to reduce the burden of updates, as I just mentioned, we also had some other needs, like making the versioning really optional. So it should not be obligatory anymore to have really a versioned artifact and so follow the different numbers, even though we had previously the isFinal property. And then we had the use case that where we need the versioning being fully reliable, so that systems that reuse, that synchronize maybe artifacts, they need to know when something has changed. So any change needs to be communicated, and this has to be done through a version change. And indeed, we need still to allow for a certain level of backward compatibility with previous implementations, because we cannot jump from one day to the next to a complete new system. This is a long list. I will not go into all of the details. It would be too long, but just very briefly. So semantic versioning that is being introduced is still optional. So you can choose to use it or not if you need that. The organization schemes, like the agency schemes, remain non-versioned, as it was already the case before. So you just keep the 1.0 for the moment, and we will see later, maybe this can be further simplified. And very importantly, is final property is removed. It means that if you continue using the previous version numberings that was used, implemented with major and minor version numbers, then these artifacts, they can change in any way in the future. So there will be no guarantees attached in which way these change, because there were actually no rules before. But if you choose to use semantic versioning, then you need 3 version parts. You need major, minor, and patch. And this will fix the version of the artifact. And conditionally, you can add an extension, and this means it's a draft version, something that is work in progress before you actually make this artifact so-called final, like we had before. And then you remove the extension. So very important is to understand major, minor, and patch, what it means. So for instance, let's assume you have a code list version 1.0.0, and the patch version would be increased when you have for and backward compatible changes. So this would be, for instance, adding a description to a code, adding an annotation. So that does not really change anything and does not impact the implementation. You would have to change the minor version here in the middle if you have changes that are at least backward compatible. So which means you could add a new code to your code list and systems can still continue to use it without breaking. A major value, a major change here with 2.0.0 is necessary if you do backward incompatible changes. So for instance, if you remove a code from the code list. This has, of course, also impacts on how to manage dependencies in SDMX. So when you reference one artifact from the other, and in order to allow for more flexibility, we introduced a new syntax where we add a specific character, the plus sign, to allow a more flexible dependency. And I will explain this in a second. For all the other remaining items here on the list, yeah, I would invite you to consult the presentation afterwards, or go to the SDMX website to see all the details. So how does it work? So for instance, you have a DSD. Today, you reference a code list through a reference that has a version included 1.0.0. But once you add the plus in the future, it will allow you that the DSD dynamically links to the latest available code list version that only includes backward compatible changes. So for instance, If you add an annotation to your code list or a new description, it changes the version, and the DSD will automatically link to that new version of the code list. You do not have to change your DSD. The same if you add a new code to your code list. Again, the DSD will automatically reuse the new code list, and you do not have to change your DSD. However, if you remove a code from your code list and you have to change the major version, this link here will forbid the usage of the code list. The key here is the positioning of the plus sign. So if the plus sign here is at the minor version, it allows up to the minor version change. If the plus sign is on the major version, it would include any changes, so any future version of your code list. And if the plus sign is at the patch version, it would only allow for patch version changes to be used automatically by the DSD. So Xavier already talked about the API changes that would also be necessary. So I will not go into details here, but it's important to know that this plus sign, so the special character, can be reused directly in the API. It means, for instance, if you have a DSD reference to a code list, for instance, through this syntax here, an agency with a code list ID and a wildcarded version with a plus sign included, you could take that version as it is here and directly put it into your API, and the API will return you exactly the latest available stable code list that can be used by the DSD. So all the different parts of the standard have been reviewed in order to smoothly accommodate for the new semantic versioning. So what does it mean for the user who would like to use semantic versioning? So in the future, it would not be necessary to create new versions of the data structure definition and all of the depending artifacts, but simply by changing the reference from the DSD to your original code list, and by including the plus, the DSD will automatically use new versions of the code list, and you do not have to change any of the other artifacts. So this, we believe this will greatly improve the management of SDMX artifacts in the future. Now to the second part of my presentation, which is about new data message formats. Here's a slide that gives you the previous message formats that have been developed over time and that were answering specific use cases that have been popping up in the past from the beginning of SDMX to the current standard. And I have marked in bold the versions or the flavors of the data messages that have been used most in the past. So we had the surveys on the SDMX conference that showed which message formats have been used. And you see here, these are the most common ones. Many others have actually been used very rarely. And in order to focus our work and also future developments on the necessary formats only, we have decided to not support some of the messages anymore and to deprecate them. It means you can continue using them if you have implemented them, it's no problem, but it means that we will not develop new versions for these deprecated artifacts. And so the deprecated ones are here all in gray, and the black ones remain in that are not deprecated and for which we developed new versions in order to accommodate the new SDMX 3.0 features. So we have one message for the referential metadata exchange. We have one message for the data exchange, and actually all these on the left-hand side are XML based. And as you know, we have new formats for JSON and CSV, and these ones will also be maintained, and we have new versions for those. In addition, there is also a JSON message for referential metadata. I have a few slides where I list all the different new features of these formats. I prefer to not go into the details, but
yes. Thank you. Yes.
Yes. But I will show you just one of them, which is the SDMX CSV format with some examples, because this would be probably much more visible and understandable for you at this point in time. So here you see an example of the new SDMX CSV data format. And so there are a few new columns that we have introduced, like here the first one, which is the structure column. And this one allows to exchange data not only for data flows, but also data that are directly attached to data structures or defined by a data provision agreement, like it's actually also the case for the other message formats. Then the structure ID is moved to the second column, and we have a third column, which is the action, and it will allow to indicate if you would like actually to update, to append or replace that observation, or if you would like to delete that observation. So like here we have an example of delete. And we also introduced the possibility to have multilingual attributes and multi-valued attributes through a specific syntax. What is important is also that the components are not obligatory anymore, so you do not have to list all of the dimensions, but only the ones that are absolutely necessary. And here there is an example of a CSV file which is used to exchange referential metadata, which is attached to a data structure definition. So this was explained earlier. How this works, but in CSV, you would only need the dimension, so the partial key, for instance, whether play a role in the partial key, and then the different metadata, referential metadata attributes as specific columns that you would need. Yeah, there's a series key and an observation key possibility to include, and don't be afraid to use XML and yeah, so XML content. This is now allowed also in for the values and for attributes. And you see here an example. It can even contain line breaks. So even if you're in a CSV file, this would be possible. And so similar changes have been done in the other formats, as I said. And yeah. Again, we also have now a referential metadata format for SDMX JSON. With that, I would like to conclude for today, and yeah, happy to receive your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We already have some questions, so I think we'll have the time to come back to the formats in the Q&A session. So thanks a lot, Jens. And we move on to Juan. Well, Juan, apart from our host today, is the Director of IT Planning and Standardization at INEGI. He also works as a professor, but most of all, Juan has been working on SDMX since 2004 and has chaired the TWG from 2017 to 20, and currently leads the Task Force 5 for SDMX and other standards, from which he would now present us the new support for geospatial information within SDMX 3.0. Juan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stratos, and greetings to everyone. I'm going to talk about how SDMX has expanded the support for geospatial information. And well, now on version 3 of SDMX, we have new functionalities to improve the support for geospatial information. I need to say that former versions had code lists like CL area used to provide values for concepts like reference areas. So we have some georeferencing, but now we have incorporated to SDMX 3 ways to have georeferenced geospatial data. Each of them is intended for covering different purposes, like connecting dissemination systems with their external tools. This is the indirect reference to geospatial information, and georeference different kinds of geographical features, and to expand the code list that can be applied to any dimension or attribute with geospatial roles, as you can see on the second and third one. Well, the first one, the first approach, which is backwards compatible, it's with prior version of SDMX, provides a way to include external reference by using SDMX attributes. With this, with the geospatial information, and in the file formats used by the most common GIS systems. This indirect reference to geospatial information is useful to connect the statistical dissemination systems to external specialized geographical tools. The second approach, which is very flexible, allows to include geospatial features like location of places, roads, streets, geographical regions, land loads, etc. This is following other standards like the ISO EC 13249 ISO, which is used to conform well-known text, and is extensively used by different de facto standards that shows geographical features. Here on SDMX, these features can be combined to picture sets of characteristics like geographical region, the place where each of the observation units are located, and roads connected them. So this geographical information that can be included using this format can be assigned to any dimension, data attribute, metadata attribute, or indeed measures, and can be included in data message or metadata report. So it's very flexible, as we said, and we remark that this feature doesn't intend to replace any geospatial information format. The intention is to provide a simple way to relate geographical and statistical data sets that can be represented by any geospatial software product to satisfy different use cases. The third way is focused on expanding the code list features. It is possible to add geographical features to each of the items in a specialized form of code list, which we have named geocode list, or indeed to conform a code list which has which collects square areas that can be related to existing grids like the used by Google Maps, OpenStreetMaps, Eurostat, and so on. So this the way we are working with the geospatial information is to make it more open to other standards, and also to be more flexible and to provide support to make a better integration of geospatial and statistical information. This enriched data flows the abilities for new ways to exchange, disseminate, analyze statistical microdata and aggregates together with the structural and reference metadata, where the geographical information enhances their value and provides support for new points of view in the creation of new generation of statistical and geostatistical information service. Maybe you want to see all the technical stuff and the formats, but I think that if you want to do it, you can see the technical notes. And of course, we are going to be very, very happy to help you to interpret these new standards. And well, we are open to any questions. Thank you, everybody. Stratos?
Thank you, Juan. Thanks a lot. I think yes, geospatial support was a missing part from SDMX, and I think it will gain some attention soon. So I'm now giving floor back to Matt. As promised, we would have more details on mappings in SDMX 3.0, and Matt will give us some nice examples and explanations on how those mappings work now. So Matt, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Stratos. Okay, so I know we're a little bit short of time, but I think we can catch up a bit here. So this is on structure mapping. I would say it is a bit like reference metadata to some degree. It's not as well used currently in the standard because, of course, people focus on data initially. But like reference metadata, it's an incredibly powerful part of the standard. It can play a very important role for converting data sets between different shapes. Say, for example, you have CSV data that's coming in. You might want to convert the actual dimensionality of that data and the coding schemes used automatically by describing these rules using a mapping. So we'll start with the beginning, which is what is a structure map. Essentially, it's structural metadata, again, which allows us to define a relationship between a source data structure definition and a target data structure definition. So in this example, we can see these structures are very similar, but we can draw a relationship between the country code dimension, and we can say that actually splits out into our target into two different dimensions, reference area and currency. So we're essentially drawing the relationship between components of a source and target DSD. And we can use this to, as a one-to-one or one-to-many, we can collapse and expand the structures using these relationships. Now, it's one thing drawing the relationship between the components of a data structure, and then the next step is, well, how do the reported values relate? So here, when somebody reports country code 44, how do we know that's UK? And in order to achieve this, we use something called a representation map. And this allows us to define a mapping between a source and a target code list, for example. And we can say when it's 44 in the source, it's UK in the target. So what's SDMX 3 done? How does it improve this model? And it has improved it substantially, I would say. We've worked a lot in mapping, and it solves a lot of new use cases. One of them is to allow the relationship to not only be a source and target code list, but actually we can convert between different representations. So we could actually say the source is of type integer and the target is a code list. But SDMX3 has also introduced this other type of list called a value list, which allows us to define identifiers which are not necessarily valid SDMX identifiers. Because what we were finding was people wanted to map data that wasn't in SDMX format, it was in some other format. And of course, they weren't constrained by the IDs of a code list. So they'd say, well, my dimension's got the dollar symbol and the pound symbol and the euro symbol. And we now have a way to enumerate those symbols alongside a label using this thing called the value list. And we can then map between values and code lists. And the data structure definition, coincidentally, can actually use a value list as a representation for its dimensions or its attributes. Another really important change is mapping time. So we were actually looking at some data a few years ago that someone gave us, and it was a CSV file. And the columns very much related to dimensions and attributes in a DSD. It wasn't time series. It didn't even have a measure. It was just information about births. And there was many columns for time. There was the birth date of the child, the date the birth was registered, the date the date of birth for the father and the mother. And the problem we had importing this into a system, into an SDMX system, was all of the dates were in a format like you see on the screen here, which is not a valid SDMX representation of time. So what mapping does is it allows you to define pattern matching rules, so you can map dates and then you can map them to SDMX formats. And you can actually say, I want to pattern match this time and convert it to monthly SDMX data. And actually, you don't need to fix the frequency. You can actually say, the frequency I want you to map this to is based on another dimension. So as you read the data, the conversion of dates can change between monthly and annual and daily data based on the reported frequency. And of course, dates aren't just patterns, they can be epochs. This is, an epoch is the number of periods since a particular point in time, and each period has a specific duration. So quite a common format would be what's called epoch time, or Unix time it's also called, which is the number of milliseconds since 1970, which you see here. So you can actually map this. You can say my input column is epoch time, it's measured in milliseconds, the start period is 1970, and I want to map this to monthly data. And it just does that for you. It's very neat. We can also now, in our representation maps, define substrings. So we can actually say when the code starts with UK, we want to map that to UK. And another one which I really like is pattern matching. It allows us to create, if then else rules. In this example, we can see here, we have mappings which say when the source code is AF, map that to AFG. When it's AL, map it to ALB. But the last rule is a regular expression. And it says, if you didn't match any of the rules above, then just call it _Z. So we can actually order these regular expressions, and the first regular expression which matches is the winner. But this allows us to do quite nice and rules, and we can use things like capture groups, and we can get quite advanced in what we can do with mapping using regex. Another one which I quite like as well is this ability to add the validity period to each mapping. So you might say, well, the UK maps to the OECD and EU, but actually only for specific periods of time. So when we're mapping source data, that's only true for specific periods of time. So you can actually apply the validity periods to rules, to each individual mapping relationship in a representation map. And finally, a use case which we came across so often and was just not supported is this ability to define a number of source components in combination and then say these components all collapse into one dimension. So you see here, there's, I don't know, quite a few dimensions. This is a global data structure definition. They tend to have quite a lot of dimensions. And we can say when the adjustment is C, when the counterpart area is 1A, when the flow stock entry is S1, all of that maps to a specific indicator. So we can actually collapse things down and then expand them back out, of course, because the mapping can be bi-directional. So it really is powerful. This is the summary. I see we're kind of out of time. What I'm going to say is, it's one thing to, of course, define the mapping rules in SDMX. The model is fairly straightforward, and you can store that information in something like the Fusion Metadata Registry. It's another thing to execute those rules. So to write the engine which takes those mapping relationships and executes the rules. And but you can use software which does that. So hopefully more software will be developed for SDMX, but the Fusion Metadata Registry will also execute these rules for you. So you can not only define your rules, but you can then run the conversion. So you can actually convert data set from one shape into another shape automatically based on metadata. Okay, that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thanks a lot, Matt. So yes, we're done with this part. We have actually one question directly related to our presentation, and I see Jens has already provided some responses on the on the differences between SDMXML and SDMX JSON. And let me just cross-check. We have two more questions on structure sets. I see that some of them are already answered in written. And I think we also have a question on mapping between 2.0, 3.0. I'm not sure if this is something that really relates to the actual structure maps or is a more generic question. So maybe we would follow up this in a written manner. But just to since we have a few minutes, I would like Jens to maybe give a few hints about the difference between the VML and the JSON formats, because I think it's one of the interesting parts of the new features. Of course, there are also more things that we could spend time on, but yeah, we don't have that luxury for now, I guess. So Jens, please, if you could give us some tips.
Yeah, no problem, Stratos. Yeah, so the answer has multiple aspects. Actually, depends on the message type. Is it for structures? Is it for data? For referential metadata? For structures and referential metadata, the SDMX JSON format is a closed translation of the SDMX ML, so the XML format. And in principle, all the different features are supported. So it is possible to actually exchange also structures in JSON and not lose any information. It's quite important, even though the original use case, of course, for JSON was web dissemination and the ability for web developers to relatively easily reuse these formats, the JSON formats, in order to develop web applications. And yeah, a number of applications are being presented here that use successfully already the first JSON standard message. For data, the situation is a little bit different. So for data, the SDMX JSON does not allow a grouping of series and observations within groups like it is possible in XML. So it has been simplified on this aspect. But on the other side, it includes structural information. So the names of codes, for instance, the names of codes in code lists and so on. And the idea was that the SDMX JSON data message is almost standalone and can be used, for instance, in a visualization. So you can take it and directly make a web table or a chart on the web without needing a separate request for the structures. So this was the reason for including structural information. And last point, probably what is important is, yeah, still it's based on JSON. It's based on XML. So there are some underlying differences in both formats. Some data types are not defined exactly in the same way. So you cannot have an -NA, for instance, in JSON doesn't exist. So other formats, flavors need to be used for that. And also some advanced structural validations do not work exactly in the same way between JSON and XML, but these only concern advanced things, and in general, it should be fine.
Thank you, Jens. I think we also have had some guidance in the technical notes for the different types, at least those that we could cover. Now I see more questions on the structure set. I also would like, I mean, I also see Matt responding on the structure set, but I see Jonathan from the OECD asking about the geospatial data reporting. I don't know, Juan, would you like to follow up on this now or in writing? What do you prefer?
Well, about it, let me see. I don't find the
yeah, it's
oh,
okay.
yeah.
No,
there has been a huge increase in geospatial data reporting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is important. The geospatial information is always related to the geographical field, to the geographical domain. But with these new features that are expanding the way we relate any measure or any dimension to geographical coordinates that are expressed in standards that are always used by other tools, can connect and make interoperable this information. And from the data set point of view, from the information that we have in structures, can be used as a connection point between domains. So we can have observations from the sociodemographic domain and other observations from the economical domain, from the business domain, and then relate them by this dimension.
Yeah, thanks, Juan. I remember also that in this process.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to
we have a very short time, of course.
Of what you said, yeah, we have tried not to reinvent the wheel, because I mean the geospatial area is well established, so that the idea is to be able to cover as many use cases as possible with as little, let's say, new things as possible in the field. Yeah, so thanks very much, Juan. Let me see if we can follow up any of the other open questions now. We have 3 minutes yet still. So I see a question that might be quick for Matt. So can structure set mappings be used for attributes and or concepts separately?
Yes, absolutely. You can have an observation attribute in one DSD mapping to a series attribute in another. You can say this is an attribute in this DSD, or this is an attribute in my source, but it's a dimension in my target. You can do anything. You can even say my observation value maps to a dimension in my target if you really wanted to. This is why it's complicated to implement from the engine perspective, but the rules can of course do many things. And Abdullah's basically asked a very similar question to another one that was answered, which is, yeah, absolutely. When countries are basically having to report both for their own dissemination purposes, where they want the data structures to be quite simple, so people can actually browse the data, but they have to report that same data for international reporting, where the global structures are quite complicated and highly dimensional. They can use a mapping. So they can actually say, well, this is the shape of our data, and there's a mapping to convert that to the international standards for my obligation for reporting upstream. So it's incredibly powerful, I find.
Great. Thanks a lot, Matt. We just have 2 more minutes. Well, I think it's not easy now to follow up on the rest of the questions, so I think we will follow up in writing for the next for the rest of the questions. And thank you. I think now we do have a 5 minutes break, and we will get back with part 3 and giving the floor to the next chair, Rafael Schmidt. So 5-minute break, and we'll be soon back. Thank you.
So, welcome everybody back to the third part of this day one. And before we start, I just wanted to have you, I would like to ask to have a look in the chat actually, because what we did is we actually posted a reminder for the SDMX Global Survey, which we typically do before the global conference. And if you or your organization has not done this yet, then please, if you could fill it in. The survey is basically to measure your acceptance and implementation of SDMX. And it would be great if one person of each organization could actually fill this survey. We will then present the results in the session on Thursday. So please, that would be very helpful. All right, so coming to the third session, what we would like to cover in this third session is mainly two software products which already implement the parts of the SDMX 3.0 standard, which actually is quite important, yeah, because we would like to quickly roll out and have the new standard adopted. So we are quite happy to already see those two implementations at this stage. But of course, these implementations will not remain the only tools which will adopt the standards. In particular, later in the conference, you will see the full spectrum of available SDMX tools, which will, over the coming months, also implement parts, if not all, of the new SDMX 3.0 standard. In addition to those two presentations on software, we will have a presentation by Daniel, who will report on his vision, how to integrate SDMX and SDMX 3.0 in specific into the business architecture. And then finally, Edgardo will summarize today's session with reflecting on the added value of SDMX 3.0, and he will also give some thoughts on SDMX, looking beyond SDMX 3.0. So with this, let me pass the microphone to Stratos again, who will report on the SDMX 3.0 integration in the Fusion metadata registry software. Stratos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rafael. So yes, so we're now moving to software, to something tangible on top of SDMX 3.0. So what I will be presenting today is the Fusion metadata registry, also called FMR, and which is actually something that most of you have already seen a flavor of it in the global registry, I guess. So the FMR, the SDMX FMR as a software application, is a structural metadata registry, so mainly a repository of structural metadata, storing whatever SDMX has to give, and setting and exchanging these structures. And of course, it can also support metadata-driven statistical processes with all these nice features that SDMX offers within its metadata. And of course, it's built upon the SDMX information model and follows it quite closely. And when it comes to its implementation, it has been built in a modular way. And actually, it is evolving to become even more modular, promoting reusability of its components. So FMR and SDMX 3.0. So FMR is already in place supporting 2.1, but now is in the process for supporting SDMX 3.0. We'll see when it will be released, but the idea is that the UI has been adapted to accommodate all the SDMX 3.0 nice new features, and it will have full support for the new formats, both for metadata and data messages. And it has full control over the artifacts while trying to keep the UI as simple as possible. But of course, anyone that has worked with SDMX knows that this cannot be completely true given the complexity and the richness of features that SDMX has. And to achieve that, of course, it also has some, let's say, auto maintenance features for specific artifacts. So some of the artifacts are never shown to the end user unless the user wants to see them. So for example, some categorizations, provision agreements, constraints and data provider schemes can be built in the context of another process of creating metadata. So this is an attempt to simplify a bit the overhead of seeing all the gory details of SDMX, if I may say. So let's see now some key features and some key services that the FMR offers. Of course, above all, it's an authoring and maintenance platform for structures. As we said, it's a metadata registry. So it gives you the UI and the services to maintain and author SDMX structural metadata. But it also has some services that concern data, like the mapping service, the conversion service, and the validation service. So using, of course, all the metadata stored within the registry, you can also try to map data sets from using some structure sets. You can also convert them between formats, or maybe using again the mapping service, or even validate them against your data structures and your constraints. Of course, it also features an SDMX REST API for structures. This means that you can also access all its content via the updated 3.0 SDMX 3.0 API, and also has some Excel reporting templates. So this means that you can create Excel sheets that comply to a specific TST or a data flow in order for you to prepare your data sets. And finally, a bit, let's say, beyond the strict SDMX features, it also has some Apache Kafka integration for other systems to be able to subscribe and understand what changes within the registry. Now, one key feature, I think, and one key important aspect of the FMR is that it has to support a statistical environment, and this would be a bit more general. It has a bit of wider context, and in this slide, I'm trying to show you a bit the different parts of the standard and the different parts of the standard that the FMR provides in the different phases within a statistical process, let's say. So let's assume that we have this statistical environment. So usually at the very beginning, we have our data sources. So in that context, you may have to convert some data sources, validate them, apply some constraints, and so on. Then in the data loading process, so as soon as you have your data in your system, then you would use, again, mappings and constraints in order to properly load them in your system, because data sources, of course, are independent usually of your internal systems. And then moving on, after you have your data loaded in your production system, then you have to do some data analysis and maybe produce other data sets. Now, at that step, FMR would provide you with more metadata. Some examples is, for example, hierarchies, maybe to some aggregations, some further statistical analysis. And also you could you could use your mappings to create your new data set. So for example, if you have a dissemination DSD, you could map it to your internal collected DSDs in order to have some automated process for producing your dissemination. And at the far end, let's say, of the process, you have a data dissemination and reporting, where again, you can use your categorization to present your data, to report your data, and also use mappings and constraints likewise to enhance what you would like to present to your end user and to your data consumers, in fact. And of course, this is the normal, let's say, the expected way of using some metadata, but beyond that, beyond those metadata, there are other metadata within the FMR, and of course, provided by SDMX 3.0. So you may have processes, metadata sets, constraints, VTL rule sets, and a lot of things that could power your statistical environment. Now, giving you this very abstract and rough idea of how this could be applied, I can already give you a flavor of what you will see 2 days from now on Wednesday, where within the BIS we have used a lot of different structural metadata within our process and in a big data stack platform. So you'll see how different bits and pieces can be used to actually power a statistical environment and a statistical process. So more on that in a few days from now. Now, where we stand now, currently, the BIS, of course, has the intellectual property and is actively maintained by the BIS in parallel with, of course, managing our external development resources for that. And of course, metadata technology has initially built the core of the metadata registry, of the Fusion metadata registry, but the FMR now is a BIS product. And it will keep we will keep maintaining this because first of all we are the main users of it, and the first version of this FMR, which is the one supporting 3.0, is supposed to be released until the end of 2021. And now this is I think I lost my audio. So we also need to say that the FMR is free, so you can already download the previous version of the FMR. So the one supporting 2.0, either by the web as a web application or as a Docker image. And the idea is that the open source software development will be gradually open to more organizations that would wish to contribute. Of course, this is still under discussion and under assessment within the BIS, but the source code is already available to all SDMX sponsors because this was already in the license of having the FMR as a software. So on GitHub, all SDMX sponsors can access the source code, and soon we hope that this would be also freely available to the rest of the SDMX community. And just to give you a rough idea of the different milestones, so the public release, as we said, is supposed to happen until the end of 2021. Yes, I was a bit optimistic here. I left some gap at the end, so hopefully before Christmas. Then open sourcing to external contributors will happen somewhere in 2022. And then we still don't know yet when this would be open to the public, but we are hoping that this would become soon after we open this to other organizations as contributors. And yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Stratos. So hopefully it will be a Christmas present there. All right. So with this, we move to Daniel. So Daniel will have a little bit more conceptual presentation. So he basically will present his vision on how to integrate SDMX into the business architecture. Just a little bit for your information, Daniel, he worked with SDMX since more than 10 years now, first at Eurostat and now at DCB. He contributed to the implementation of SDMX for macroeconomic statistics in the EU and is now working in data integration and metadata management at the ECB. Daniel is convinced that the right business architecture is a key element in creating an efficient environment for data management, and that SDMX can play a key role in that domain. And I think we all agree on that. So Daniel, we are looking forward to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Rafael, for the introduction. And if we all agree already, then I can be very short, but I will start still by sharing my screen now. And can you please quickly confirm once you see the presentation?
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, thanks for the introduction. So I will have a few minutes now to reflect a bit on SDMX in a business architecture. And I think in the sessions before me, we have already heard a lot about the new features and also now from Stratos about kind of the key tool that SDMX has to offer with the registry. And I wanted to put that a bit in strategic context. What can we do now with this new version of the standard? What couldn't be done before? And how can it basically be a key part of your metadata strategy or of your data production strategy? So first of all, a kind of quick snapshot into why we have metadata and what type of metadata we have for the sake of understanding. And then a bit looking into where SDMX has been used or can be used, and looking with emphasis on which are the features that SDMX3 brings now to the table that can make it basically a key component of many more parts of your data production architecture than it used to be. So a lot of limitations have been lifted, and we heard it in the previous sessions. And this is an enabler basically for placing SDMX at strategic positions in your business workflow. And then some conclusions and probable way forward. So just to have a bit of terminology, we have basically a methodological layer in metadata where we describe from a business view, let's say from statisticians, what they're doing every day. How do we calculate national accounts? How do we calculate other statistical data, how it is defined? And this is more or less the job of the business users. And at the very low end, we have infrastructure, let's say. We have some big servers and cloud solutions, and we have data sources and databases. And somewhere in the middle, SDMX is playing a role. So we need to connect what the business users are doing with how the data is being managed in terms of the IT environment. So SDMX has always been on the border between, let's say, business users, statisticians on one end, and technicians and IT and programmers on the other end. And it was placed, let's say, as a communication tool between the two. And we described there how the data is structured, how it's coded, how data is linked. And we heard also a lot about reference and quality metadata, governance processes, and so on that can be described. So we use basically SDMX in the semantic layer. So we have here structural metadata management. We hear a lot, and that is the area where most touch with SDMX first: concepts, code lists, data structures, definitions, and so on. So how do we structure data? What is important there is who is doing that. So we have people working in that area that create maybe reference standards, like the statistical working group for the global SDMX community. But in each organization, there might be some people who define standard code lists or concepts and who hopefully try to align them with SDMX global concepts. But there's a lot of work kind of working on reference coding, where we have business analysts, subject matter experts working together. So that is the business view of SDMX. We then have an IT view of SDMX, where we have a structural metadata repository, so the Fusion registry, for instance, or the global registry is one example where we use the Fusion technology. There are many others out there, shared registries or local registries within organizations where you manage your metadata. And this is already something that your IT department will need to provide so that you can work with it. And then, of course, we have below the machine-to-machine communication, web service interfaces. We heard also a lot about that, how the REST web services are structured. So we have a layer of APIs where machines can talk to each other. And I think the beauty there is that this business view and IT view come together through the umbrella of one standard. And this is, I think, a use case that we can expand further with SDMX3 now. So, of course, with SDMX, we have on each of these levels, we have standards that help us to communicate with others on each layer. So we have the SDMX artifacts, we have content-oriented guidelines and guidelines that the SWG is creating. We have the registry specification on which the Fusion registry and other products are based. And we have REST API and open source tools that implement it for communication. So when we look into that and we look into classic statistical value chains, very often we have value chains by domain. So when we want to connect now SDMX with our statistical production, we look into what the domains are doing. And let's say we have many different domains that classically have their stovepipes where we create each of the process steps within that statistical domain. So we have some source data, we collect, we validate. We have already heard many of these things in other presentations. When we look into where SDMX is placed, there are two main use cases that I just want to mention. Of course, there are many more, but the two main ones, let's say, are that we have in each of the domain, we have a value chain like that. And then when we look at the perspective from a national organization, very often they come in touch first with reporting. So the ECB comes or the BIS comes or the OECD comes and tells you, can you please report this data in SDMX? Because we have standardized, we have a DSD, and we would appreciate if you would be able to send it in SDMX. So we come in touch at the output. and then many times only for those domains where it's relevant. So you might have domain 1 and 2, it might be national accounts and balance of payments, they're global DSTs and you have to report. In other domains where that's not the case, you don't use SDMX at all. So this is a starting point for many. And when we look into international organizations, we have the reverse. We have the starting point, okay, we have our systems, but for the domains where we have global DSTs, we want to collect using SDMX, and we want to benefit from validation capabilities and from standardization of transmission tools and so on. And there we might also have it in selected domains. So in the beginning, SDMX was born from, let's say, reporting from national to international and with main reporting use cases. And I believe what we have heard now from SDMX 3, this paradigm has shifted. So it's not anymore that SDMX, even though it has exchange in the name, and that will probably not anymore change, the X will not change to another letter, but it's not anymore only a standard for exchanging data. It goes far beyond now with SDMX 3. And we are seeing that basically we have a new skill set with SDMX that was growing over the last 10, 15, 20 years, where before we had an IT department and a business department, which discussed what applications are needed. And now we see more and more that business architecture and metadata strategy take over kind of parts of this communication. And we are saying, okay, we need in the middle something that delineates those two departments, that the IT department works with technology, the business department works with their understanding of data, and the standards in the middle needs its own expertise and strategy, so that we don't anymore invest in each stovepipe separately, that we don't have a different technology in each statistical domain, but that we find the standard in the middle that can connect these worlds. And this is, I think, in many organizations around the world, this function is growing. And why is it growing? Because you can place it everywhere now. So Stratos has already lined out the role of the SDMX registry, and I have just put a picture here of a metadata strategy in an example business architecture, where we use kind of the main functions of a statistical production chain, just to give a first glance on how we do it. So, of course, the first step is to agree that to manage single metadata in the organization and to use a standard for that. And then to look into SDMX, of course, because we are now at an SDMX conference. So the first central step is that you have a registry available. Without the registry, you can't do much. And we have seen now a product that you could use for getting started. To start managing some of your metadata, some of your DSTs or data flows with that registry and set it up there, and then decide on how can you roll it out. And the examples there could be, okay, you expand it as needed and where you see the most business value. So what are the domains that need standardization? As mentioned before, in many cases, it will be output driven. So you want to report or disseminate. You want to give users access to standard web services. So you start from the output. Others might start from the input, where you have data formats, you have web services that help you to transmit data and to validate and understand it. You can drive dissemination platforms with it. You can do validation there, especially in combination with VTL, which was already possible in SDMX 2.1, but under SDMX 3 now is much more powerful, because you can also include microdata, big data, administrative data. We have seen a lot of new features that enable connecting to non-SDMX data sources, or to automate also the steps to discover new data and then bring them into the SDMX architecture. And the combination of SDMX and VTL plays a vital role there. You can use it to query data also from different sources. And also describe transformations, which is very similar to validations, where you could actually describe your whole production value chains in a certain way using SDMX and VTL in combination. And we heard about reference and quality metadata and MSDs, where you can describe data to users using also the same standard. So once they understand the web service interfaces, they can deal with structural metadata, they can deal with data, and they can deal with metadata. And also there, we have heard in the sessions before that with the new approach to MSDs, this got much, much simpler. So it's not anymore two different worlds, but we combined them into one world of metadata driven data production. So I put here a step N, seamless integration, meaning wherever you start after the registry, it will give you some benefits in that area, and it will create more appetite to do more, let's say, because you will be able to share tools with partners, you will be able to connect your data with partners, and you will be able to kind of have the data strategy built with SDMX in the backend facilitating it. So again, it allows you to translate between the IT requirements that you will still have to install databases and to install web servers, but it allows you to communicate to the statisticians using artifacts in order to connect the two worlds and to place it where you need it most. So looking at that example, of course, what can we see? What especially SDMX3 is now bringing to the table that wasn't there before. And I would say, what can we do with it? And if we look into the conclusions, of course, the main conclusion is SDMX is there for you, no matter where you start. So if you plan to create some new data flows, some new data elements, or you need to set up a new reporting tool, or you want to set up a new data collection, if you want to add innovation to that product and you don't have SDMX yet in the mix, I think it's very welcome to start at each point of your cycle, of your life cycle, and to say, why not try with SDMX? And you will find partners that do it with you. So it can cover many of the business relevant components. What you will need, of course, is the expertise. And we will, I think, hear still a lot about that in the coming days. But once you have that in the house, I think there's a high potential to create a language between business and IT that actually really flies, and where you have expertise all over the world, like in the conference today, but also with the technical and statistical working group, who can help you to get the ball rolling. And the more you have it, let's say, in your architecture, the more the economies of scale will kick in. So I would say, from a strategic perspective, of course, I'm a fan of SDMX, but even if you are from the outside and if you're skeptical, I think it's worth looking at it on what business case deserves to include SDMX and what are the organizations that have similar problems than you, and define with them a common language and a common language with the community. And with that, I give back to Raphael. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. Yeah, for this inspiring presentation. So yeah, it's very good actually to share your experience here and also to formulate this vision. Thanks a lot for that. Now, turning back to the second presentation on implementing SDMX 3.0 in an IT solution, we actually welcome Eric and Nicolas, who will talk about integrating SDMX 3.0 features in their Red Pelicans solution. So both Nicolas and Eric are founders of the Red Pelicans IT software company, and they have many years of experience in implementing IT systems, as I understand, mainly in the finance domain. Both work for the OECD since 4 years in implementing SDMX-related projects. So for example, they have built SDMX web apps and JavaScript, helped the OECD in various data visualizations with D3, as well as implemented a modern DevOps pipeline for the OECD's .stat suite, involving modern components like Docker, Kubernetes, or Google Cloud. I also would like to mention that since recently, they also work for UNICEF on an SDMX-related project. And I'm very much looking forward to their presentation on the next generation of the SDMX 3.0 server. Please, Nicolas, Eric, over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. So we are very happy to be here. During this conference, Red Pelicans will propose 2 presentations. One regarding DBMX.io, SDMX cloud-based service. Nicolas will introduce you to the subject the 29th. On this one is about SXS, a new generation SDMX server. It will be better for you to start with the first, because indeed the idea of DBMX.io appeared before the one of SXS. On DBMX.io is our definitive target, while SXS is just a milestone, a step to get there, finally a huge step. What are we talking about? At Red Pelicans, we are hosting in the cloud many .stat suite environments for OECD and for the Swiss Federal Statistical Office. We also worked on calls for tender to host data hubs in the cloud. One thing is clear for us. It's yet too difficult and too expensive to host the .stat in the cloud. We are participating to the development of the .stat. We worked a lot in the design and implementation of its architecture. And since the beginning, the idea of hosting in the cloud was a concern. However, as it stands, there are still many points to improve and tools to add. Nothing abnormal. We are only at the beginning of a certainly long story. It is from this observation, detailed just after, that our DBMX.io project was born in 2020, whose purpose is to deliver SDMX as a service to the cloud. In other words, to expose SDMX as a commodity concept. In January, after many months of hard work on DBMX.io, we delivered a first version of SXS. At the same time, we learned that SDMX3 will be released in September during this conference. So we decided to target SDMX3 before September for SXS. Since there, our challenge was to be with you at this conference to present you our work and particularly our next generation backend for SDMX3 called SXS. So here we are for a short presentation of SXS. Let's go back a bit to explain our requirements regarding DBMX.io with, of course, a special focus on SXS. It must be cloud ready. Cloud ready means simple to deploy, simple to run, cost-effective to run, and easy to supervise. Some existing components are too difficult yet to deploy. We must do better. We also want to better integrate all components. It's a work in progress in .sat. We must do better, especially in a cloud offer where settings is more challenging. It must be multi-organization, multi-spaces. It's certainly the key point of our requirements. .stat implements a very powerful concept of data hub, allowing many organizations to federate many spaces. Let's take an example of a setup for 5 organizations, and each has 3 spaces, let's say collect, process, dissemination. With the actual stack, we have to deploy at least 15 servers. It's too painful. Click and play. It must be click and play. We need a global user-oriented console to manage the whole architecture. It's not a toy, it's a fundamental. It's fundamental in the cloud to be industrial, to provide a good quality service, and to be very responsive. It must be blazing fast. It's not so obvious to implement a fast SDMX server. This constraint must be integrated since the first line of code. It must be cost effective. SDMX is complex. The implementation will certainly be complex. But it must be as maintainable as possible without any technical debt based on leading technologies that will offer the best compromise between performance, functionalities, and maintenance cost. And it must be open source. For red pelicans to respond to calls for tender, for organizations to satisfy governmental rules, SXS must be based on open source technologies, and finally open source. Last but not the least, SDMX3 is certainly a turning point. We heard that before for the SDMX community, and will certainly force redevelopment of much of what has been developed over the past decade. It's a unique opportunity to rethink how the development should be approached and consider disruptive options that can achieve better results with increased performance at lower cost. So we conclude that to achieve our requirements, we had at least to craft our own SDMX server with the added difficulty of implementing a core part of the SDMX3 standard before September. So where we are in this project, we released a first version of SXS this summer, and we are pleased to note that it fulfills our previous requirements. It is multi-organization, multi-spaces, multi-databases, one server to deploy to satisfy many organizations, many spaces. It's cluster ready, meaning we can easily scale horizontally. We used to use MongoDB for our projects since more than 10 years. At the beginning of this project, we tried to forget our knowledge about MongoDB and started a one-move study to select the best DB that fits our needs. At the end, we selected MongoDB versus many solutions. Study was maybe a little biased, but at the end, we are very happy with our choice. SXS will benefit from MongoDB technologies. NoSQL, very useful to store structures. They can be stored almost as is, especially for JSON structure, of course. NoSQL fits well for SDMX JSON data message, the new standard, like multi-measures, multi-values, multilingual. It avoids useless, costly joins. Schemaless will offer shorter time to market, painless data migration. Sharding replica sets will help to manage in a close future help big data. It is easily maintainable. We use MongoDB. Oh, sorry, we use Node.js. It's one of the best balance between performance and cost to build. Node.js is already in use for search, called SFS, for Data Explorer, for DLM, and for many other components of the .stat. It is less than 6,000 lines of code. It's very, very small base of code. And the code is 80% coverage by test. It's fully integrated with .stat, meaning you can easily unplug the existing server and replace it by SXS. And it works. It works except for maybe for DLM that does not exclusively use SDMX, sorry. It's fast. It's a tough work to produce benchmarks between SDMX server. But to have an idea of SXS performances, we just took a page from childmortality.org, requested exactly the same data in our staging environment without any optimization, and it is faster. So what are the current limits of SXS? It's yet only JSON oriented. It means that yet we cannot input or output XML or CSV. It's not yet open source. This is clearly our objective. We have to find the right project and community to open source it. And it's not yet, unfortunately, 100% SDMX compliant with 3.0. No, it's a joke, of course. So about SDMX 3, what about the coverage of the standard? It's quite impossible to give a coverage ratio of the SDMX standard. And unfortunately, we have not enough time to organize a demonstration. Nevertheless, let's give an overview of the coverage on few points. We implemented 100% of semantic version management requirements. If it's not the case, it means it's a bug. We implemented post and delete verbs of the new maintenance API with our own implementation of the structure response message, because at the time we've done it, maybe it's still the case now, it doesn't seem to be normalized for JSON. SXS is bundled with 10 artifacts on 21 from the new JSON structure message with a quite new model to facilitate the addition of new resource types. We implemented about 80% of the new JSON data message with multi-measures, multi-values, multilingual. We implemented about 80% of the new structures on data REST API. And last but not the least, we added a 2.x REST API compatibility layer to ease migration from legacy data. I would like to speak to you about architecture, about benchmark, to do a demonstration, but I'm afraid that time is up, so we have to end. Thank you very much. If you are interested in SXS, feel free to contact us for a demonstration or maybe for more. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric, for this interesting presentation, and we keep the Q&As then for the end. Yeah, I'm sure there will be some. Given the time, I would actually immediately like to hand over to Edgardo. So Edgardo will give a few, or will present his summary of today's sessions, and he will also reflect a little bit on the added value of SDMX 3.0. So Edgardo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rafael. If it's possible to stop sharing the screen. Okay, thanks.
Yep, let's stop.
So I will share.
Edgardo, you share your.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to find out where my presentation is. Sorry for that. Okay.
Very good.
Are you seeing the screen, the red screen now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So thank you, Rafael. Yes, the idea in this last presentation for the day, and thank you for the courageous that are still following us. I see more than 200 attendees. So the idea is to speak a bit on what are a kind of summary of SDMX 3.0 new features, the value added, and especially what comes after, because we can't stop. So many of my colleagues has already referred to the needs for a new standard, but I just want to tell you a bit of the history. There were many requirements for improvements in SDMX, that did not start yesterday. Started more than 6-7 years ago. I would say that right after SDMX 2.1 was released, like we are already thinking of new features for beyond SDMX 3.0. I know that our colleagues back in the TWG and SWG were thinking of new features needed beyond SDMX 2.1. And here you see some of the things that my colleague has already referenced. Reference metadata was complicated to use. Geospatial data needed some more formality in the specification. Microdata has been always a nightmare to be properly modeled with SDMX. Code extension, managing version dependencies was a nightmare, and Jens did a very good presentation on semantic versioning and the problems that we have today in SDMX 2.1. And of course, the SDMX API, although Xavier explained very well that there have been a number of releases in between SDMX 2.1 and SDMX 3.0, now there are a number of improvements that were in the backlog have now been finally included in the new API. So to this is that we have all these new features that you have seen in the presentations that came today, giving a lot of new possibilities to the standard, enhancing the artifacts, enhancing the SDMX API, the support for geospatial, everything that you have seen, and of course, including all the new features of the API. Now, the point is, how did it started? Well, in 2016, all the ideas coming since I found somewhere in my all the information, I found a presentation of ideas that was presented in a TWG meeting in 2014 that had many of these features already somehow drafted. And then all these ideas were integrated in 2016 in the roadmap 2020. And it has 4 strategic objectives: strengthening the implementation of SDMX, making data usage easier using SDMX, using SDMX to modernize critical processes, as well as continuously improving the standards and IT infrastructure, and improving communication in general, including a better interaction between the international partners. And the fact is that the implementation of the roadmap was not possible to be done in the framework of SDMX 2.1. It requires a lot of new features. And then in Q2, in the second quarter of 2016, there were some work packages defined in the technical working group, started to develop the implementation of the roadmap. At this moment, also the statistical working group start working a number of guidelines that you have even today with a lot of best practices. There were already a number, but especially at this moment also it's promoted the development of global DSDs for several statistical domains, and not only the ones that existed at this point that was basically around national accounts. But there was still 2 drawbacks among the strategic objectives: making the data user easier and using SDMX to modernize the statistical processes. And the fact is that in June 2018, we had a joint meeting of the 2 working groups, and we decided that SDMX 2.1 as such cannot be patched to accomplish with this strategic objective. So we needed something really revolutionary, let's say. And this was what we have today, SDMX 3.0. It was not an easy decision because, of course, as already mentioned in several of the previous presentation, in many aspects, this is a disruption, and this is why we are calling it SDMX 3.0 and not 2.2 or 2.5. But at the same time, is the way of accomplishing this objective. So for making data usage easier via SDMX, you have heard about semantic versioning and the new possibility of wildcarding versions, the new features to microdata, geospatial information, the new API with a lot of new possibilities. And for modernized statistical processes, we have a number of new features like the exchange of reference metadata, the new structure sets that will help a lot in driving by metadata processes. This is a huge improvement in the standard. The new code handling that allows for much more organized way of dealing with global code lists. And of course, simplifications like deprecating obsolete formats, and again, the new API. So what is the value that this is adding? What we can do now that it was not possible before? For example, it's much easier to reuse reference metadata sets attached to structure or lower level component. That was very difficult, if not impossible, to do with the old reference metadata model. It's now possible to have DSD attribute enhanced presentation capabilities, mimicking the possibilities of the metadata, reference metadata information. And why this is important? Because this allows you to decide about the reference metadata related or regarding the closeness of this metadata to the data, and not just because you wanted to make it nicer or you cannot. So now you can put reference metadata with the same type of presentation, like embedding HTTP tags or HTML tags, or making some repetitive structures, arrays in normal attributes close to the data and traveling together with the data. We can now use SDMX datasets as geospatial input data for GIS applications, because with the new geospatial data type, you can embed in your SDMX data geospatial information that could be read by any GIS software. You can store, exchange, and process microdata in SDMX that basically had a big it was a big issue with the old specification. You can make use of global code lists without having to worry about its maintenance, because if in the current approach, you need to take a copy of the global code list if you want to do any modification, any addition of codes or any subset of codes. Now it will be possible, thanks to the extension of code list, to use this global code list dynamically and let the original agency maintain it. You will be able to choose dynamically a variant of a classification defined in a context defined by the provision agreement of a data flow. You can do minor artifacts updates without affecting dependencies. That was very clearly shown by Jens in his presentation about semantic versioning. You can use simpler structure sets to store and share concept mapping, and you will be able to use very complex structure sets to store very complex operations between structure artifacts. But this is a huge improvement in the standard. The hierarchies, it was very limited use of the hierarchical code list, and now you have this hierarchy association that give you a lot of freedom to establish hierarchies to different artifacts in a much simpler and intuitive way. You can use annotations to drive processes and to drive the data visualization, so that you have now, thanks to a new guideline that has been recently published, you have the ability of establishing actionable annotations that can be interpreted by the tools. That together with some minor changes that have been done to the annotations content that helps to have it localized and much more flexible. You can do queries as Xavier presented in the API presentation that can give much more complex results involving logical operations or also querying about non-data related information. And you can retrieve data from multiple data flows sharing by querying a single DSD that is shared by you. So all the things that I had to rush in explaining are benefits of the new standard and are simplifications that SDMX 3.0 gives. Now, is that enough? Well, no, because after this SDMX 3.0 launch, we already have a lot of ideas and even some features that were in the scope of SDMX 3.0, and for different reasons we decided to keep it for a further release. So some ideas that are already around the technical and statistical working group, and we will be working for beyond SDMX 3.0. Extending code lists horizontally. So now you can extend a code list, adding more items from other code lists. But what about, for example, adding new languages or adding annotations? So what could be extending the code list, let's say, horizontally? So this is something that could be very useful and has to be added. Federation of registries. This has been around for years. There have been today questions. I took note of a question from Olaf about having a list of SDMX registry and the version that it implements. This is a natural registry of registries that we will need to do federation of registries, something that should be similar, hopefully, to what DNS does in the internet, so that you just query for something and the federation of registries is solved where the artifact is. Presentation layer metadata. Today we have a solution that is based on annotations, but ideally there should be a way of making it formally with certain specific metadata attributes that could give you the opportunity, for example, of changing temporary the labels or the title of a chart or whatever. A number of presentation layer metadata should be possible to add to the standard. If you listen to Jen's presentation about formats, we have now JSON in addition to SDMXML for structural metadata and for reference metadata and data. But for CSV, we only have data. So we need also the possibility of putting structural metadata in CSV, because that would allow, for example, to fully use SDMX in tabular format. Typical use is in Excel. Today, it's not possible to deal with code lists in Excel because the only way you have to query it is in JSON or on SDMX, so you have to do a lot of transformation. Allow for no dimensions DSD. So having a DSD with 0 dimensions. This is a proposal that looks a bit controversial. We have been discussing about that, but certainly the idea of being able to exchange logical data models without having a designated primary key, it's a real use case that SDMX should fulfill. Attach attributes to a DSD. I mean, up to date, we had this non-attachment level for attributes that we usually call it datasets. But then we start to think of what is a dataset. Is it a data flow or is it a DSD? Both use cases exist, but we cannot make it value the two things at the same time. So far, the new attachment level or the former non-attachment level is data flow in SDMX 3.0, but we know that we also would need to be able to attach to a DSD level. There's another use case that is the possibility of defining the attachment level of attributes depending on the context of a data flow or a provision agreement. We have to think of how to do that. Maybe with a structure set, something could be done, but not sure. Dynamic reference to code is depending on the context, again, so that you can, instead of doing all this paraphernalia that I showed earlier today of extension of code list plus constraints, blah, blah, maybe it could be a way of switching the code list directly based on which context I am working with. So, and this is just a short list of the many things that SDMX can still be giving to all of us. And for sure that next week or the week after, we will start working on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Edgardo. Yeah, so definitely there's enough work in the pipeline. Yes, SDMX 4.0 is looming. There are a couple of questions in the chat, and maybe let me pick the first one here from Raul, and I would like to address this to Stratos. So the question is it possible to automatically convert existing SDMX artifacts created in 2.1 in FMR version 10 plus into 3.0 with the newer version of FMR? So basically any suggestions on migrating or migration of existing metadata from 2.1 to 3.0 with FMR? Stratos, please.
Yes, thanks, Rafael. So indeed, of course, this would be an anticipated feature. There are actually two ways to do that, I guess. So one, and I guess that the easy way is that if I say that FMR supports 2.1, it means that you would simply import any 2.1 structure to 3.0. But the other way would be to upgrade it at the database level. So this would be the FMR's role to upgrade a database from 2.1 to 3.0. But the but is that in some cases, there might be, for example, like structure sets, things might get a bit more complex because the changes that have been performed would not allow you to, would need some assumptions. And in fact, we are working with that because we need them in the PAS. And I can tell you there are ways to fully migrate most of it. You also have to have in mind that in some cases you won't be able to go back, of course, especially if you create something on top of 3.0. But I would say in principle, this would be the anticipated and intuitive feature of the FMR. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Stratos. Now, there's a question for Daniel from David. Question is, in terms of business architecture, how can SDMX integrate with DDI, CDI? Does an architect have to choose between the two standards now? Or they cover more of the standard now, so they cover more of the life cycle, or should they be integrated in the business architecture?
Yeah, thanks, Rafael. Thanks, David. I think there are two elements to that question. The first is to link basically the other standard. In your question, it was TDI. We are also working with XPR DPM. If you have other standards out there that, of course, exist, first of all, it would need to be mapped to SDMX. And that's a work package on its own, let's say. Depending on how close or far the standard is from the SDMX concepts, there is effort in mapping the standard so that you can translate between the other standard and SDMX for your use cases, let's say. We have done such an analysis for DPM, and I would say it's not trivial. If you would then, in your core architecture, support both standards, let's say, as it was the classical approach in the past to use DDI for surveys and then translate it to aggregated data sets where you would have an SDMX DSD, you would at least need to do some semantic integration for the concepts in order that you can parse it seamlessly. But if you want to support both standards in your architecture, you would also need to look about how do you do the registry, the metadata management. And my personal feeling, but I think we don't have experience yet because we don't have SDMX yet in the mix, right? It's new. But my personal feeling is, and the approach I'm following at the moment in my analysis is that we would have SDMX in the middle as the core standard, and we would map other standards to it and would use the mappings and translations once it enters our organization, because that means that within our boundaries of control, we could stay within one standard, which makes day-to-day life easier. So you put the complexity, let's say, at the inputs and outputs. We have seen that a lot already in the past, of course, in data dissemination, where we say, okay, we do everything with SDMX, but once the user comes to our web service, he can choose to download data in CSV or create Excel files or create PDF files from SDMX datasets. So at the output and at the data level, we have seen it. And I would assume that it's more cost efficient for an organization to do it similarly for metadata as well, to manage the core in SDMX and to link to it where possible. There is complexity, but that would be my approach for now, with not having a solution yet in my pocket. We still need some experience with SDMX3. So maybe at the next conference, we can present solutions for that question.
Right. Thanks, Daniel. It makes perfect sense. There's another question for you, Daniel, but given the time, I wanted to ask you, maybe you can answer this in the chat. Instead of posing a question to you, I would like to actually turn to Eric and ask a question about SXS. So quite impressive what you presented today, Eric. My question is basically, is this SXS solution, is this a standalone solution which people can actually deploy independently of .stat? Or is it actually a component of .stat? Yeah. The reason why I'm asking this is, I mean, many organizations have already existing statistical data processing systems, and they would like to integrate new software which are capable to cover some of the SDMX 3.0 features. So how does this actually fit in this, in this scope here? If you could just elaborate a little bit on that. Thanks.
It's a very, very good question. I will say it could be used independently of .stat, but you need to use it. You need to replace some .stat component by your own. You need a solution to define routes. You need a solution to set up the config files. You need a solution for authorizations. So if you are just querying SDMX data or structures, it could be absolutely autonomous.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that answers my question. Thanks a lot, Eric. And then one final question to you, Edgardo. Since you are basically the master, yeah, of SDMX 3.0, yeah, if I can call it like that, yeah. And we are all very grateful actually to, to you pulling, the team together and constantly actually working on all these achievements, which, basically now culminated in this release here at this conference. If you reflect back, what are maybe the one or two things, which actually you would like to mention here in this in this forum about the work on SDMX 3.0, yeah? So in general, yeah, about the team, the effort or something. So what is it you think, what are the most the two important things to mention from your perspective?
Well, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and I think I can answer with one point that I realized actually on Friday when I sent an email to the TWG because the Secretariat, let's say, approved the candidate release of SDMX 3.0 on time for the global conference. That was one of the main challenges we had. And then I realized that this story started 7 years ago. I was starting to be part of the TWG at this moment. So there was a number of other members that, for different reasons, many of them are still there, but others are not even yet in the group. But since I am there, and we have been really defending a lot of ideas and positions, high-level technical discussions, and I can see faces that smile because we have been fighting, but there was not a single, let's say, lack of respect, not a single problem within the group. Everything was done with a high respect for the other opinion and looking for consensus. I hardly remember any discussion that was solved by voting, for example. That is something that is preview in the terms of reference of the working group. Everything was reached by consensus, looking for the best solution, taking into consideration what is nicer, what is necessary, but also what is practical, because we are defining a standard for people that will then have to implement, for example. It's not just putting there the rules that we think that are the nicer, but has to be achievable, because otherwise you have a nice standard to a library that cannot be used for practical things. So I think that if I had to highlight something in this process, I would like to highlight that we have been able to work as a team, coming from different cultures, for different organizations, for different backgrounds, and we managed to get also the standard approved right on time, with very few minor features in the backlog. That some of them I mentioned, but I think that of this list that I mentioned, there are one or two that probably could have been in the original scope of SDMX 3.0. So this is, I think, is the most important highlight for me of this process. Beyond, of course, the product itself, but this is something that will have to be judged by the users or by the community afterwards.
Exactly, of course, yeah. So yeah, this is actually a great final word. I actually don't have anything to add here. Thanks, Edgardo, and thanks the team, technical working groups, the working group, the secretariat, and everybody actually for achieving this great goal. Now, the only two things which are actually left to mention are, again, please have a look at the survey which is posted in the chat. Just a reminder, we would like to finish this by the close of business today. So if you could do it today, that would be really great. And then, of course, this was day one. There are many very exciting days to follow. We will talk a lot about use cases, tools, other implementation items of the SDMX roadmap. I'm very much looking forward to see you in the next days and tomorrow again. And I just wish everybody a good morning or a good day or a good evening, and see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.